shows for live. Bear with me, guys. Gotta work this in here first. Okay, I think I got it. Is that better? Hold on, let me reset this over here. Should be this one. Okay, there we go. We're up and running now. That was a clusterfuck, wasn't it? Alright, let's see. Did we miss a CSX Productions? How you doing? Good to see you. Gerald Story, I see you're back. Thomas Moore, you're back. Dwight, you're back. Andy, you're back. Let's see. Derek Alexander, good. We're moving. Yay. Joe Rader. Trainman 1. John Vanicki. Okay, well, not everybody's not back yet, but I'm sure they will be. Unfortunately, I did not get rid of the heart because that would have been even more time consuming. I will work that out next time. I gotta quit screwing with this thing, I guess. Apparently, YouTube can't handle 1080 by, or is it 1280 by 1080, 1220 by 1080. I don't know why. You'd think it would, but it doesn't. So you can't really tell that much of a difference, so it's not too bad. Let's see, we got more people coming in. Hey, Tom's Trains and Things. How you doing, Tom? Dundas Junction Model Railroad. James, how you doing? Well, you missed a big cluster. You know what, Tom? I had to shut down the stream, not once, but twice. I had to change my video output to 720 by whatever. I had it set up for 1080, 1920 by 1080. It was lagging really bad, even though everything on the board was green. Apparently YouTube couldn't handle it, or my computer couldn't handle it. Something couldn't handle it. Java 1, you're back. That's good. John Schuylkill River. Yeah, it's a lot better, isn't it? Gerald, you're good. Okay, is this the rant? No. It ought to be, though, huh? You know, I don't even really have a rant, sort of. Nah, I don't. This could be the rant. You know, you would think by now that YouTube would have all this shit squared away, right? But they don't. Same with that stupid heart, and I know you guys got it on there because I could see it on my laptop. I did have it gone at first, but because I had to redo the stream twice, it keeps coming back. So every time you open up a stream, that stupid heart's going to be there. So, yes, Thomas, it was a clusterfuck. And what happened to my... Oh, come on. I can't put nothing up on the board now? What the hell's going on here? That's weird. We're set up right? Oh, it's probably not even on the screen anymore. Hold on just a second. Let me see where it is. It should be right there somewhere. But for some reason, it's not. Well, I'm telling you, this is really just starting to piss me right off, you know? Yep, I don't know what happened to it. It could be anywhere. And I do mean anywhere. I don't know where it went. I might have lost it. Oh, that's enough to piss the Pope off, isn't it? Alright, well apparently we can't put anything up on the screen now because that got screwed up somehow. I have no idea why. I'll have to redo everything, I'm sure. Let's see, we got main cam, that's off, not back on. Text, that's off and on. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Let me try something real quick here. Local host 3000 source. Okay, that's good. Use custom frame rate. No, we don't want to do that. Okay. I don't know what happened to it. It done gone. Oh, there it is. Okay, I found it. Alrighty. Let me put that back up there. There we go. I'm telling you what, things just get so screwed up. No, I don't know about Comcast. I mean, I got good download and upload speeds. I'm downloading, I think I'm pushing around 9 something. And upload's still only 25, but still, it should handle it, but it didn't. You don't see a heart train, man? On your chat? Well, are you on a phone or on your computer? You might not see it on the phone, I don't know. And he says it's like a wart that won't go away. Joe says, I don't see. I said, I don't understand that because I'm seeing the heart on my laptop. Yeah, well, actually, we'll move the camera over there so you can see it. See it down there? Right there? So I don't know what's going on. I don't know why you can't see it, but I can. That's a little weird, but yeah, stranger things have happened, I guess. Let me see if I got it on here. Yeah, I got it on my Chrome browser. I don't know what the hell's going on. Alright, he says, okay, I'm back, but we'll be listening during construction. Okay, that's cool. Thomas said, this is bullshit. You bet your ass it is. You're not getting a heart there? You know, I don't understand that. Why in the hell am I getting a heart, but nobody else is? Never saw a heart on my TV app or my tablet. Go figure. Does anybody see the heart? If you do, let me know. Derek says, ScrewTube doesn't want to spend the the money to be able to run high resolution. I think that's why they started short, so videos aren't as long and to copy TikTok. Yeah, it could be. I wouldn't be surprised. You know, I don't get it. John says, if I rotate my phone, the heart goes away. Okay, that's cool. Well, next time the heart will be gone for everybody, in case somebody has it. Take 4, yeah, it could be. Hey, Tom Grassi, how's it going? Not a happy camper day? Me neither, as a matter of fact. Tom says, hit the reset button. And that will do what? I'll tell you what's crazy. Joe said it was hiding. Okay. Tom said, now we are good. Well, at least we got a normal stream anyway. It's not choppy or locking up. He would think it was full moon this week. Is it? Actually, I think it is. Isn't it, wasn't it yesterday was the blue moon or something like that? I don't know. Derek says the stupid heart is there. Of course it is. Hey, Trevorton Junction, how you doing? The good news is we're going to be doing the, probably in about, I think a little over half an hour. My wife Debbie's going to come here and do the drawing. I'm going to let her do it because I figured, you guys wouldn't trust me to do it. So we'll get into that. So hopefully everybody will be here by then too. Oh, and if you haven't hit that smash button or like button, then go ahead and smash the shit out of it, and just for fun, and that'll help the YouTube whatever it is. John said there's no heart on my computer. Well, you got a heartless computer, don't you, John? John says Artie's heartless. Yep. Mike says Mike at Putnam Junction said there's no heart here either. I don't understand that. Why you can see some and not others. Hey, Grandpa Rails. JD, he says I see lots of hearts. Ha ha ha. Yeah, there you go. CSX says you make a person who's having a bad day laugh and turn it into a great day. Well, what the hell else am I supposed to do? If you don't, you'll just probably wind up killing yourself or something. So you have to, what's that old saying? If somebody hands you lemonades, hands you lemons, make lemonade. That's kind of the same deal. Hey, Anthony Sunbelt, how's it going? Yeah, they read high. Now, what's annoying? Next week it won't be there. I promise. I know how to get rid of it, but like I said, my original stream tonight, I had it out, but then I had to restart the stream twice, and I didn't have time to eliminate the heart. It takes a few minutes to get rid of it. So eventually, hopefully, YouTube will get it in their stupid thick heads that most of us don't want the damn thing, and it should be, as I stated earlier, something you opt into, not something you have to opt out of. If you want it, it's there if you want it. They give instructions on how to turn it on if you really want it. But the majority of us just don't want to deal with it and if anything else, at least move it to a better place. Put it up in the top right-hand corner. The lower right-hand corner is just stupid because it blocks the last word or two on your chat. I mean, what the hell's wrong with these people? Well, I guess that's a stupid question, ain't it? Hey, Dave, BNSFN scale, how's it going? Let's see here. Live chat has moved. Has it? Where did it go? I don't know. And I'm already behind in the chat. Boy, that didn't take long, did it? Landscape on cell has no heart. Okay, well, I guess if you're on the phone, that's one thing, but if you're on a computer or possibly a tablet, you're probably going to have it, so. Java 1 says, I still have heart and it's blowing kisses. I don't see that on I see the heart, I don't see it blowing kisses, but Somebody else is probably doing it just to mess with you. I mean, I could do that here. I could click on it and it'll send a few up. But I'm not doing that. All right, Derek, clean it up. Clean it up, man. Does anybody have a heart on? Thomas says the original live stream pissed off Jim. Yeah, it could have. Hey, real artist, how's it going? He says, as a nurse, I used to work in autopsies and pathologies and saw lots of hearts, so this is nothing to me. Yeah, but these don't look like real hearts, though, you know. Yeah, I'm telling you. I'm almost caught up here, I think. Maybe. Hey, Waycross Train Spotter, Scott, how you doing? Alright, I'm caught up to the chat. Imagine that. Damn, laughing so hard, I'm tearing up a little bit here. Just wonder, and I haven't seen the other train come through either. I guess there must be a short on the track because it stopped both of them. Go figure. Just turn that sucker off and be done with it. Of course, something winds up going up in flames, right? Ray Bertelson, how's it going? Hi, Jim and gang. Sorry I'm late trying to explain track planning and electrical to a friend 3,000 miles away with no clue what he wants to do. That's always fun. You may have to draw him some pictures. We haven't done the drawing yet. That's not going to happen for another half an hour. I better get some of this other stupid shit out of the way first. Scott says, I gained more subscribers this week on my channel. That's good. I picked up 3. Actually, it was weird. I had 408 last week. And then the day after the stream, it went down to 407. I go, all right, well, I must have pissed somebody off and they, unsubbed to me. So then 3 days after that, it's back up to 408. Now it's, I think, at 410 or 411. I don't know what the hell's going on. I have been doing a lot of shorts, though, so maybe that helps. Thomas says, Jim, if it lags again, beat the shit out of it with a baseball bat. Yeah, that probably wouldn't be very productive, though, Thomas. As good it would feel at the moment, it probably would not help my case any. Andy says, in my case, Ray, you'd have to draw with crayons. Okay. Derek says 411 right now. What's the 411? I don't know. I'm so confused. So while we're doing all this, I'm going to switch over cameras real quick. Printers, well, one printer's running, the other one already stopped. The one on the left-hand side, or actually my right, this one right there, I'm printing truck frames. I have an order for enough to do 2 60-foot cars, I believe, flat cars. And so I'm printing those at the moment, and this is what they look like after I paint them. I print them separately. Let me switch cameras again here. I print them separately, and then I stack them, and they're glued together. And then I have this isn't painted yet, but this is the hold down rack. Goes on top like that. And you use the some string, actually let's have some stretchy cord for tie downs, which will bring it down to, here's how it'll sit on the car here. It'll sit right on there and actually tie down into the tie downs on the sides. Pretty slick idea. Like I said, I've got one here that I'm running at the moment, although you can't see it because I had a derailment in a short. But we got that out of the way. We're allowed that. Alright, so. Already says, fantastic news. I found my 2 missing nuts. I didn't know you lost your nuts there. are you? Well, I'm glad you found them. Oh, that's bad. Realize says, pray for me. My sister-in-law is visiting us and staying tonight. You don't need prayers, man. You need condolences. I don't know your sister-in-law. I guess she's not a real pleasant person, maybe, unless of course you're joking. I don't know. But I don't have to worry about that too much. I mean, I don't care if people come to visit. They're going to have to sleep on the couch, though, because we don't really have an extra bedroom, you know. The second bedroom we have is Debbie's hobby room, and there's no place to put a bed in there, and so you're stuck on the couch if you come to visit here. John wants to know, Artie, how'd you lose your nuts? I'd like to hear that story. Oh, and he has an answer. He says, yeah, they are very small, too. And Grandpa Real says, they weren't in someone's purse, were they? That's bad. You guys are terrible. But funny, though. Let's see here. What am I missing? Did I miss anything here? Anything important? I think it doesn't take but a minute to get behind in the chat. Ray wants to know, were they next to the Frank, are they? I'm sure they are now, but apparently they weren't for a brief period there. And Joe says, rail artists, hide in your train room. There you go. Just tell your wife to say, tell your sister-in-law to that you're not there for the remainder of however long she's staying. I hope she ain't listening to this. She'll kill us both. I lost about 12 months ago when I was installing the catenary. That's a long time to go without nuts, Artie. A whole damn year, man. Must have been rough, huh? John Benny, real artists, maybe the live stream will run long. It always does. Now that we're back up and running properly again. Real artist Joe Raiders is, was there earlier today. Nothing has changed. All right. Probably from all the women over his. Yeah, that could happen. Thomas Morris says, Artie, how did you lose your nuts? Did you hit them on something? Oh, that's bad. Real artist says, John, that's what we can only hope. Okay. Hey, Steve87, PSA. How's it going? Says, hey, everybody, stuck in traffic, so all I can do is listen. That's cool. Artie says they fell out of my hands. I'm not going to go there, Artie. Not going there. Alright, Artie, did they slip out? Out of his hands, apparently. Alright, so anyway, back to what the hell I was talking about. Before you guys got crazy on me here. Grandpa Rail says, get a grip, Artie. That may be how he lost him in the first place. He was gripping something else, right? So, anyway, I'm printing up a bunch of this stuff because I have an order. So, I got to quit screwing around here and get something accomplished. This is a scrap load before it's painted. I should put this light on, maybe brighten things up here. There we go. A little brighter, yeah. Nice scrap load, got it painted up. Well, I'll find out, though, from the buyer whether they want me to paint it or they want to paint it themselves. I'll find out eventually, but I got to make a couple of these. And, of course, this is the beginning stage of the gondola. I still have to separate the innards out of this. Takes a little bit, but basically we just pull some of the stuff out. That way you can see that or not, but he'll start cleaning up. I have to really work on it. I got to get anywhere it looks honeycombed, I have to pull out. And of course, this is its orientation. And this, of course, is the undercarriage, which will go on the bottom of it. It looks like this might be a touch too long, too. Alright, I'll have to shorten it by about 1 millimeter. But it basically fits in there like so. That's what I've been doing, and actually, like I said, I've got stuff printing on there now. I'm printing a flat car. That's on the one that's moving. I got to make at least 2 more of those. And like I said, if anybody wants any of this stuff, just let me know. I'll be more than happy to make them for you. There's a little bit of a charge for them because, you know, it depends how you want them. If you just want the bodies, I'll let the bodies go for a few bucks. But if you want the couplers and the wheel sets, that's where I got to go throw extra money on there because they cost me money. But I can print the trucks, the bogies themselves, and the actual body. And then you can put your own couplers in or your own wheel sets if you want, and it's cheaper that way. Where basically, if I don't remember what I do with my price sheet, but I think I wanted something like $18 or $20 for a completed flat car. But that's with everything. Like I said, if you want to save money and you have this stuff at home, it's just a matter of slipping in the couplers. I'll still give you the screws and stuff, and putting the wheels in. So you let me know if like I said, if anybody's interested in that stuff, you let me know. I'll be more than happy to print them up for you. And like I said, I'll paint them to match whatever color you want, and also include road names and road numbers if you want, you know, to your specification. So let me know if anybody's interested in that. Trade man says, sounds to me like Artie had one hell of a party. Yeah, probably. Real artist says, already use less lotion. There you go. You guys are bad. Artie says, thanks, real artist. By the way, you can hang out here. Your sister-in-law won't find you here. Probably not. Thomas says, I want a tank car. Well, those are up for sale, too. They're a little bit more expensive because there's a lot more involved in making one. I mean, if you're serious about it, I'll be more than happy to make you one. We can discuss price over email. I've got it written down what I want for them. I just don't recall offhand. So you let me know. And he says, at least we can say, remember when. Not going there either. Real artist says, she comes in the door right behind my computer space. That's not good. Derek says, Big Jim, you have to refine those tank cars to get rid of the lines, but the flat cars and gondolas with the loads are perfect. Yeah, I know about that. I'm going to experiment with this one before I go any further with it. I said I kind of stopped on this for a bit. But yeah, you're right. There's still some lines in it. And I'm going to have to sand them out. They're not as bad as the first one I made. This is ultra fine. It took forever to print. And it did eliminate some of the lines, but not permanently. So basically I'm going to have to finish sand this. But that isn't the plan for any future ones I do. That race is already, as long as they are not so small to look like rabbit food, don't worry. Yeah, that would be bad. Rabbits will eat almost anything, you know. And he said, now it takes me all night to do what I used to do all night. I hear that. Hey, there's Crooked River at Easton. Hey, Dave. We finally got everything straightened out. We had some technical difficulties on the stream, which I got them solved, fortunately. George, so what size gondola does the scrap yard? It's in a 60-footer. I got them specifically designed for 60 foot. So, but if you have your own gondola and want just a scrap load, the best way to do it, to make sure it'll fit, is to give me the inside dimensions, both long ways and width. This way I can make absolutely sure, because I can adjust these when I print them out. So, but I'm actually designed them to fit. They'll fit well, I can't really do it on this one, but where I cleaned it out already, it'll fit right in there. So, but that's the way it's designed to fit in this particular gondola. I don't think I have any 60-footers that I bought. Otherwise, I would try it in there. I'll have to look, but I'm pretty sure I don't have one. And if you need 40 foot or 53 foot or 85 foot, you let me know. I can make any size you want. I just need the inside dimensions of your gondola, and I'll be more than happy to make you one. And if you don't want it pre-painted, I'd let it go for like $5, you know. If you want to paint it, it'll be a little more, because that's more, you know, entailed. But you let me know what you want to do. Dave, I don't have a finished one here. I gave away a finished one, but this is the one I started on. It has the, you can see there the placards on it already. I have decals for everything. I have the steps for these to go along the top, plus the bar that goes around the side. This is a 10,000 gallon pre-1956 or 59 tanker car. So it's an old style. And once again, this is the only one I came up with. Actually, Derek asked me if I could make one of these. So I said, sure, I could do it. And once again, everything is printed except for the couplers and the wheel sets. Trucks are printed. The frame is printed. And I designed this from scratch because there wasn't any files available that I could find. So I looked at a picture of one, of a real one, and actually sat down and designed this. And didn't do too bad of a job, I think. Yeah, if you're looking for one, let me know. I'll be more than happy to make you one. Let's see. Take that off. Scott says, yesterday my coworker asked me have I been working the train, and I even told her about the train, and she's interested in riding the train. Okay, that's cool. Okay. Yeah, I put up there that I was going to restart, and I probably didn't keep it up there long enough. Well, it should have stayed either way, though, even after I stopped the stream. Sorry about that. It was just, you know what, like I said, after last week, I was looking at all this stuff, and I'm going, you know, if I increase the resolution on my end, it'll look better on YouTube, which it did, briefly, except that it was too much information for for YouTube to be able to eat up at the moment. So I had to reset it back to where it was, which was 720 resolution instead of 1080. And like I said, it took me 2 attempts at the first stream to be able to do that. So I won't mess with that anymore. I should know better. But I mean, right now, again, I'm in the green. I've got no drop frames. I'm using 24.5% of my CPU at 60 frames per second. Everything is A-OK. So it made a big, when I was in the 1080 mode, I was running 48 plus percent of the CPU, and even though I was showing no drop frames and I was in the green, it was just real stuttery and freezing up constantly. So apparently YouTube can't do it. Hey Ray Bertelson, she's not that kind of bunny. The Playboy bunnies are near the real Daryl's. Yeah, okay. Okay, time to go and make some noise. We'll be listening in the background for a day. Ah, that's cool. Have fun there building whatever you're building there, Hardy. Dave says, cool loads, Jim. I may have to get a few. Actually, I'm more interested in scrap piles for the scrap yard. Well, the only thing I did with that is I basically just took crap that I had here and just started stacking it up. And I took some like aluminum foil, crumpled it up a little bit, weathered it a little bit, gave it some rust, and just stuff here and there, you know, that I had no use for. Some of the flatbed frames for the trucks, I took. Come on in. Not quite ready yet, about 10 minutes. And just stuff like that. It didn't come out too bad. It probably could have been better, but I didn't have a lot of room to mess with anyway. But if you find something you want me to print, let me know. I'm sure I could pull it off. I'm getting really good at this, by the way. Artie's now going to play with his wood and search for his nuts. Now, he found his nuts, right? He's good to go on that. Thomas says, I bet you can 3D print a. Yeah, I probably could. I have some here. It wouldn't be that hard to design one. It'd be kind of weird, but yeah, it could be done. Dave says, I need some corn syrup tank cars. Would they be short ones like that, or would they be really long ones? I don't know. But let me know. Give me some idea what size you need, and I'm sure I can pull it off, you know, because I could stretch this one if I needed to, you know, because the diameter is good, height is good, everything is good on it. Like I said, I don't know what that works out to. I think it's around 40 foot in length, give or take. So you can go longer if you need it. I don't really know, but you let me know what you need. No, I have not finished an Nautilus sub yet, Gerald. That would be a cool load, though. I might kick that one around. You never know. Hey, Tammy and Ray, how's it going? Good to see you here. Andy's woof woof. That's my other dog impression. Now, I could do some barking, but I'm not going to. All my dogs were like, where are they? Yeah, right? I was playing an old video of my other dogs that, you know, passed. And Pogo down here, he was in the house at the time. He started barking and howling and everything else. It was funny because I guess he thought they were real dogs. Dogs are strange. Tom says, print some money. Well, I tell you, if I get away with that, I'd do that in a heartbeat, you know. You know, did you guys know, this is for shits and giggles here, a conventional printer, you know, paper printer, a lot of the newer ones will not print money. I don't know how it knows not to do it. I had an HP that I tried printing, you know, just for fun, printing a dollar bill, wouldn't do it. It would print anything else, but it wouldn't print actual money. I said, I don't know how it can tell the difference, but apparently it can. I haven't tried it on this Epson yet. I mean, you know, of course, printing the money is the easy part. It's making it feel like real money, because real money isn't actually on paper, it's on fabric. So that's where you run into your problems. If you can find a medium that feels like money, you can print on it real easily. And yes, you could counterfeit bills very, very well. Probably wouldn't get caught for a long time. Big Jim, I'm amazed at how good your 3D printed stuff is. It's not bad. I'm getting better at it, Derek. Like I said, I'm kind of a beginner, even though I've been playing with this thing for, what, 3 years now? Or no, longer than that. Close to 5 years, I think. But I'm finally branching out and trying to do things that nobody has, you know. It's one thing to copy a file that some other guy built. You just load it, hit the button, and it does its thing. But a lot of the stuff I'm making now is my own design. Now, I can't take credit for the gondola, although I did modify the gondola. The original one wasn't quite as nice as this. I made changes. The loads were also a pre-printed file. However, the original file was an N scale, so I had enlarged to HO scale to suit my needs, because nobody had an HO scale scrap load for some reason. Let's see what else. So of course the truck frames, completely custom made by me, along with the hold down on the top. And let's not forget, I know you guys are still waiting for me to finish these out, and I'm going to have to order some piano wire. I can't find mine. I know I had 2 sticks of it, but they're gone. So I'm going to have to get some more, so I'll have to order some, and I'll get cracking on this thing. I know you guys, some of you guys are anxious to see it get done and be up for sale. Hopefully a few more weeks, maybe a month, because I want to test it first before I go selling it. You know, I want to make sure it's reliable and will hold up for a while, you know. I hate to say something and then it breaks a week later, you know. So I want to, you know, after I get a working model, I will probably set it up here on the bench and just maybe for a day or two go up and down with it just to make sure everything's going to work, make sure that linear actuator will hold up under, you know, under some abuse. It should be okay, but I just want to make sure. So you're going to just have to kind of bear with me for a while. Can YouTube take away watch hours, and does watch hours go down? They shouldn't. I wouldn't put it past YouTube to do anything because, like I said, they play with subs. And, you know, one minute you got 1,000 subs, the next minute you got 500. You know damn good well 500 people just to say, I'm going to unsub them. You know, 1 or 2 maybe. Maybe even a half a dozen, but 500. And there have been guys that lost anywhere from 500 to 2,000 or 3,000 subs literally overnight. That's not going to happen. That's YouTube. You know, what their game is, I have no idea. It could be stupidity. It could be intentional. Who knows? But I don't think once your watch hours are set, they should maintain. Because right now I've got enough watch hours to monetize. However, I don't have enough subs yet, which is kind of unusual. Usually you get the subs and then you have to get the watch hours, but apparently people like watching my videos and live streams after the fact. I'm guessing. Derek wants to know, how long is that tank car the way it is? It's roughly 40 foot, I believe. Yeah, it would have to be because the flat car is 60 foot. And when you put this, I'll put it right on top of it. Yeah, I'd say there's probably about a 20-foot difference there. Big hands are in the way. So I would go so far as say this is 40 foot. I can measure it another time to get an exact footage on it. But right now I just easily say it's 40 foot. And like I said, I can make it any size you want. I can make it shorter, I can make it longer, you know. As a matter of fact, there's a video I'm going to show after the contest that will show you another tank car that's real tiny, and it'll explain why in the video. Gerald, you sent me that video. I'm going to go ahead and put up the 10 most unusual train cars, part 2. So I will play that after we do the drawing. Sounded like that dog was in attack mode. Could have been. Who knows? Dave said, Jim, they are short 16,000 gallons, I think, but more modern. Yeah, mail me one, and like I said, I can make changes to it. That's not a problem. Mine, like I said, is modeled after, I think it's either 53 or 56, 1953, 1956. It's patterned that and before. I think they went all the way back to the 1920s. And I don't know what they actually hauled in them. It didn't say. They just classified them as 10,000 gallon tankers. So 16,000 would probably be, it may be 60 foot long, maybe 55 somewhere. I don't know. I can find out though. Well, let me know, like I said, what you want, and we'll work on it. John says, my dog barks whenever there's a doorbell on TV. Tom says, hey Jim, the government can't print money. Why can't we print money? Oh, they can print money. Yeah, well, they do. They're allowed to, though. And you get, it makes you wonder if, you ever see that, the hell was it? One of the cartoons, You got two people, and they got, I think maybe it was Peanuts, maybe. I don't remember, Charlie Brown. But the one guy, one kid saying, all right, here's one for you, two for me. One for you, two for me. How do you know the government isn't doing that? For every dollar they print, maybe they give themselves 10. Who the hell knows, I don't trust the sons of bitches at all. Alright, we got a few more minutes and then it'll be drawing time. So let me check and make sure. Oh yeah, here. I wanted to show these too. These are the fire hydrants. Now, it's going to be kind of tough to get them in focus. There you go. They came out really nice. These are HO scale. I painted them red. There's 24 of them here. And I will get them on the layout over the next few days. If you're interested in them, get hold of Tom Grassi, and I'm sure he'll make you some. I don't know what he charges. He kind of, he didn't charge me, but we do a lot of trading back and forth. So get with him and find out what he wants for them. And they are nice, though. And he said you could paint them yellow, you could paint them red. And I think somebody said that they're even green in some places. I don't know. Let's see. Mike, you taking off? Alright, thanks a lot, Mike. If you win, we'll find a way to get a hold of you. If you're entered, I don't know if you are or not, I don't remember. But we'll see. Trainman says, yes, they will take watch art. Well, I don't know how they could do that. I mean, they're not supposed to. Trainman says, I had a bunch of mine taken from me. I went and researched, and a lot of other people had. No shit. That ain't right. That's what I'm saying. YouTube is really getting bad. ScrewTube takes subscribers and watch hours when you get close to being monetized. I don't know why, because they benefit from it too. My wife thinks they actually give you subs to help you get monetized. And I'm more inclined to believe that than I am taking them away. Derek says, we love watching Big Jim. Oh, you guys are weird. Alright, well listen, we're gonna stop what we're doing at 7:01. Hey Ken Amos, how you doing? Good to see you here. We're gonna do the drawing. Now, I was really kind of confused on how I should do it. There's only really one real way to do this, and every name is in this hat. It's the Lucky Train hat. You can see them all in there. They're folded pieces of paper. Everybody who sent me an email is in here. Now, what I'm going to do is, because I was trying to figure out how I could separate it, because I know some of you guys had preferences for what you wanted. And I'm thinking, how the hell can I actually do that and be fair? So, I can't. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to have Deb here, my wife, my beautiful assistant. She's going to draw a name out of the hat. And I'm going to pick a prize. Well, we're going to show a prize before we pick the name out. Here, you hold the hat. And I'm going to pick the name out, and then I'm going to let you decide which prize you want. So, for reference, we have the gondola with the scrap load. We have the flat car, which will be customized to whatever road number and road name you want, if you so want. We have the jug of ballast, dark gray. It's good for HO or N scale. And finally, we have the Stony Mountain weathering powders kit. So those will be your choices. So without any further ado, my dog's trying to get me to play with the ball. Go ahead and pick one out there, Deb. Do it on camera here so they can see that you're not cheating. The hand goes in. And again and again. And she pulled one out. And we have, damn, hot dog pilot, Andy. And you wanted the flat car or the gondola? So let me swing the camera back around here again. This is your name and number, or name here. Wow, where's the focus? Focus, focus.
Will it be backwards anyway?
These stupid cameras, you know, I don't know why they can't do. There you go. Anyway, Andy, you're the winner. So, which do you want? I know you had your eye on both the flat car and the. What's that, Artie? That's your daughter, not your wife. Well, she'll probably smile for that one, but you know, we're actually the same age. I think she's 6 months younger than me. Andy, you there? Where are you? You got to tell me which one you want. I'm pretty sure. Or did he take off already? Maybe. I hope not. Ah, there you go. Flat car. Okay, so Andy gets the flat car. I'm going to write that down so I don't forget.
Right on the back of the strip.
Andy, flat car. And when you get a chance, no big hurry on it. But when you tell me what you want, you don't have to do it tonight. Tell me what road number you want, what road name, and of course I'm not going to change the color, but I will be more than happy to change, to make a decal for it with the road name and road number. So think about it and let me know what you want to do. And you got a few days, so take your time. All right. So are we ready for number 2? Let's swing the camera around again. There we go. The magic number. We'll put this aside here. And winner number 2 is, you're not going to believe it. You're a lucky guy, Thomas. Well, where's the damn hand here? Oh, I hate these cameras. Thomas Moore, you're the second winner. So what would you like to have? We have the gondola left, the ballast, and the weathering powders. Gotta tell me what you want. Thomas. Are you wringing your hair or wringing your hands or pulling your hair out? Gotta tell me what your prize is. I think, did it stop again? Ah, there it is. I want the gondola car. The gondola car is yours. Congratulations, Thomas. We'll get that out to you in the next few days.
Did you write it down?
Yeah, let me write it down. Since, I'm so forgetful these days. Well, that'd be kind of hard to forget. Remember, we'll be doing this again when I hit 500 subscribers. And we'll have 5 prizes for that. Anyway, without further ado, let's do number 3. And the magic name is Bam. Les will be happy about this. Yeah, I can't believe all you guys from down under in England are getting prizes here. We got Les. Come on. There we go. Les W.S. and Company Railroad. The Les, are you here? And if you are, what would you like? This will actually be good for you because Les put in an order for 2 gondolas and the truck chassis load, so this will help him. Actually, it'll help both of us on shipping costs. Les, are you there? You gotta pick your poison. We have the ballast or the weathering powders. Pick your poison, my friend. Pick your poison. Yeah, I bet you will, right?
So what happens if they're not here?
I don't know. That's a good question. If he's not, I'm going to give him a chance to. Les, are you still here? Are you in the chat? Hopefully. What's that already? He needs the ballast. Hey, he may have to go that route. I don't know. He's not answered, so I'm thinking maybe he's not here. All right. Well, we're going to do the fourth one, and whatever's left over, I guess Les will get.
Here we go.
Hold on. You got to bring the camera around here again. And the magic fingers go in there to grab one, and we got Russ's Rockin' O Railroad. Hey, Russ, you're a winner. You're a wiener. Is that Artie? He's still in bed. He might be. So, Russ, you won. So which one do you want? We have the ballast or we have the weathering powders. Pick your poison. One of you left too. Kind of weird. I wonder what happened to everybody. Russ, you still here? Well, I guess we got two prizes that are kind of up in the air then. We'll do it. Even Pogo's calling for one of you guys. Andy says, Andy says, thanks your glamorous assistant. No doubt. Anthony says, must be present to win. Redraw. That wouldn't be right, would it?
I don't know. Let's see if I can make that move.
Because I did say that, you know, you didn't have to be present to win, so. So what do we got here? We got Russ. And we got Les. So, I guess we'll just have to figure out until somebody claims the prize. Sounds like a plan, right? I guess you're done here, Deb. Thank you.
Okay.
Say goodbye to everybody.
Bye. Have a good time.
I'll bet you will. John said see you. She already snuck out the door, though. I had to pull a lot of favors to get her in here to do that. Yeah, no, not really. She enjoys doing it. You have 411 subscribers, so you need to give away 11 more cards. I don't even have 11 more cards. You know what? I'm feeling like I'm in a really giving mood today. Let me think about something here for a minute. What could I give away? You know what? How would somebody like to be the winner of the Star Wars boxcar? And we'll call this the bonus prize. The thing is, though, if you win this, you have to be in the chat. If you're not here, you can't win. Just for this, though. So how's that sound? You guys like that idea? Get printing. Low Country Railroad, how you doing? Yeah, I'll figure it out, Andy. It's not going to be anytime soon. I don't think. Well, I will. I'll get that. But you'll have to send me your address probably because I don't think I have it. So you'll see my email right there. Woohoo, right there. Send me an email with your full address and your name, full name, and I'll calculate the price and we'll go from there. Like I said, I'll put up the first 13, whatever over that, if it's over, I would ask you to help pay for. Appreciate that. Yep, you're in. Can't aim this great car. This is a scale trains actually. I repainted it and decorated it with the Star Wars logo on it. Pretty cool. Get a close up over here of it. Hey, it's a nice car. I was bored one day and I said, you know, I'm going to do that just for fun. So, since my hat bearer, hat drawer, took off, I'm going to have to do this one. So, like that, was it Bullwinkle Moose? I put my hand under the hat. I'm not looking. I'm moving stuff around. And I got one. And who might it be? It is Alan Stevenson. That's Alan's Trains. Is he in here? If he's not in here, he can't win. Al, yeah, I have your address, Thomas. No problem. Alan's Trains. Are you in here, Alan Stevenson? All right. Going once. Going twice. All right. 3 times you lose. Time to get another hat. All right. Do it again. Like I said, you gotta be in the chat to win. So here we go. Oh, I got more than one there. Hold on. God damn it. There we go. Ha ha! Derek Alexander. I can get this thing to, there you go. Derek Alexander, you are the lucky winner. Are you still in here? If you are, speak now or forever not. He's not here either. He's gotta be. He was here a minute ago. Ah, there he is. All right. Congratulations, Derek. Send me your name and full address on the email down below there, and I'll get this out to you. Alright guys, that was pretty cool, huh? That takes care of contest, the 400 subscribers with the 1 bonus. And if anybody can get a hold of Les and Russ, let them know they won. Well, Les, they're both going to have to email me, tell me which one they want. And if they both want the same thing, I'm not quite sure how I'm going to handle that. They might have to have a runoff contest to see who gets their pick. Andy says he's tickled pink. Yeah, okay. I'm not going to argue that one. No, you're quite welcome, Derek. My pleasure, man. That's that. Les will be here shortly. Give him another 30 minutes. Okay, that's cool. I said first come, we'll get the first choice, and then I know they were. I thought Russ was here. I think maybe not. I could be imagining things, but we'll see. Thank you, Grandpa. 2625. Somebody forgot to smash the button. Actually, you probably did because I cheated and on the home computer I went ahead and hit like twice. It lets you do that on different computers for some reason. Kind of cheating. Yeah, Derek, whoever contacts me first gets the choice. You're right. Hey, Plumber, how's it going? Good to see you. How you doing these days, Plumber? Good, I hope. Ray says flip a coin. Yeah, you can always do that. You know, we'll let first come make the first choice. And, you know. I think more than likely when I do the next contest, they're probably all going to be printed cars for prizes. Because I don't really have anything left anyway, you know. And I know you guys really want the trend cars more than you want anything else, so that's pretty much how it's going to go next time. But that won't happen until I get 500 subscribers. Alright, he said, better cut more wood since I lost here and found my missing nuts. Still on with the nuts. Whose name did you pull first, Jim? Give that person the choice. Actually, it was Les. So he'll probably be the first one to call. I don't know, to get a hold of me. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, Derek. It was Les I pulled first, and then Russ second. Ken says, "How you doing, Plumber? I'm still kicking." LOL. There you go. I'm still kicking too, just with one leg and not as much. So I tell people, "How you doing?" Well, you know. Artie says, "I wanted the powders." All right, Low Country. We'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out, man, and we'll see you next time. Have a good weekend, and don't do anything I wouldn't do, which, you know, leave you wide open. All right. That's that already. He is a retired country boy. He sleeps in now. Or attending to his wife. She's. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, man. That's never good. All right. Well, listen. Let's do a video. I've got 2 videos to show tonight. They're not very long. The first one I'm going to show, believe it or not, is from Thomas Moore. And I've never seen one of these before. I don't know how many y'all have. But it's pretty cool. I think it's only 5 minutes long. So without any further ado, let's go ahead and fire that puppy up. That was a little strange. Then our guys would let the fire on the ground burn. Yeah, there you go. I know it's kind of weird that. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Andy. Um, Derek says they practice surround and drown. I guess if everything is wet, it won't burn. Well, that's true. Still kind of weird. I was not aware that they even did such a thing. And kind of wondering how fires get started, you know, offside of the tracks anyway. I mean, is that from the diesels maybe? Throwing a hot embered exhaust out or something? It just seems like it would be kind of rare to have a fire near the railroad tracks. Thomas says Union Pacific is watering the forest to keep fires from spreading. Well, I guess that makes sense. Pretty cool. Thanks for sending it in, Thomas. I figured it'd be interesting to watch. So, yeah, what do they come up with next, right? Hey, Sparky, how's it going? Good to see you here, man. Haven't seen you in a long time. How you doing? Said they are spreading a fire retardant to help the fire from spreading to their assets. That makes sense. Thomas says rail grinders mostly. Okay. Dave says Union Pacific trying to... Yeah, that makes sense. Ray says hump yards are only used on Wednesday. Don't you know? Yeah, hump day, right? Okay. The jokes are getting... They're hitting low right off the bat here, aren't they? So Sparky, what have you been up to, man? We don't hardly see you anymore. Unfortunately, you didn't win anything in the contest, but then again, you didn't enter either, so, you know. Back to layout expansion. There you go, Artie. I'll be putting up another video here shortly. And the next one will be it was sent in by Gerald Stewart. It's kind of cool too. It's not real long. I think it's 10 minutes. It's 10 unusual train cars, part 2. Now, I showed you guys part 1, I think a week or 2 weeks ago. I guess popular support, he decided to do a second one without all new cars, so. Just chilling, not on, oh, wait a minute. Not on YouTube much after the meet and greet I had. Okay. I always look for your videos, but haven't seen any lately. Plumber says I bet Sparky. Well, Sparky, you put in a lot of effort into meet and greets and giveaways and everything else, so you know you probably need a little vacation from that anyway. Still, we'd still like to see what goes on. Have you done anything new on your layout lately? I know you still had a lot of scenery and stuff to do, so. And he said there was a live not so long ago. Yeah, well, maybe. But I can't remember last time. I think I seen one a few months back. Quite a few months, I think. I'm always looking for them. Of course, you know, we don't get notifications half the time, so you just kind of have to scroll through the choices and hope it pops up. Like, you know, Dwight, he had a live stream the other day. Never got notified of it. Actually, accidentally saw it in the YouTube page, and I clicked on it and watched. It was pretty cool. But, you know, he said they don't, no notifications. How are you supposed to know what's going on? Sparky says, yes, I have done some scenery stuff running trains too. Well, you know, when you get to a point where you want to show us what you've done, you should do at least a short video, man. Alright, Plumber, well, enjoy your dinner, and we'll see you next time. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good weekend, and we'll see you next week. Dave says, got to keep them rails polished, Sparky. And he says, I figure lots of people posting, so I have not posted much since. Yeah, that's true, but you know, there's a lot of new ones out there too. I know I've been kind of watching, every now and then I'll jump on somebody's news site. The latest one I've been watching is Peachy Trains. It's a girl. I don't think she's probably maybe an older teenager, 18, 19, somewhere around there. She runs O-Scale. And her videos aren't too bad. She has a small layout, but still kind of interesting to watch. Oh, okay, so you watch her too, Sparky. That's cool. Yeah, definitely O-Scale. She just put one out the other day. I watched. She got an O-Scale steamer, a die-cast model. With, I guess O-Scale has their own form of DCC. I can't remember what it's called, so she upgraded to that. Pretty nice stuff, but I'll tell you what, that's a lot of money for that stuff. I can't afford any of it. Thomas says, I have a CSX train video. Okay, well, like I said, if you guys got videos, send me the link or a copy, whatever, and if I like them, I'll put them up. Hey, Les, there you are. You're a winner, man. You actually got drawn. You didn't win the flat car, unfortunately, or the gondola. But you are the winner. Your name was pulled out of the hat by my lovely wife and assistant. So, you get the pick since you were actually pulled first anyway. We have two prizes left. We have the Stony Mountain weathering powders, or the bottle of the ballast that's good for HO or N scale and dark gray. So you get to pick your poison. Which would you like to have? Hey Raymond Anthony, how's it going? I'm subscribed to her channel. She's in her mid-20s. Oh, yeah, I guess she might be. She looks young though, doesn't she? But no, she could be one, or who knows? Yeah, not likely. How cool is that? Hey, Bernard C., how you doing? You're in here. See, I told you you were blocked. I didn't block you. I don't know who the hell did, or how that happened. It's probably another YouTube screw up. But I did unblock you several weeks back. I had to dig deep to find out that you were in fact blocked. Well, now you're in here and you can do whatever. So Les says he'll take the weathering powder. Okay, sounds good. Now Les, since I'm going to be making some stuff for you anyway, we'll put everything in one package. And, you know, I'll cover the first $13 of shipping. After that, you're going to have to help out if you would. But the good news is we only have to do it once, so I can get your gondola. As a matter of fact, I started printing stuff today, actually. I started printing the gondola cars. I got to clean this one up yet, but so we get two of these. This is the undercarriage for it, and these are the scrap loads. I wanted to ask you while you're here, do you want me to paint this or do you want to paint it yourself? It doesn't matter to me one way or the other. It's cheaper if you paint it. So you let me know if you want me to paint it or if you want to paint that yourself. This is what I did when I painted mine. This one was already given away. The winner was Thomas Moore on this one. But I painted this load myself, so you let me know what you want to do with that. And of course I know what to do with the rest, road numbers and what have you. Let's see here. Dave says, good choice. Yeah, they're good. I said there's a whole spectrum in there, so I bought them and I really didn't use them at all, but my wife bought me the Pan Pastel, so I figured, well, I'd rather use the Pan Pastel. But I hung on to that anyway, and I figured at some point it'd make a good gift for, you know, a contest, so you're lucky. Let's get him to send it to me, and I'll bring it up to you. Yeah, sure you will, Hardy. Okay, the new numbers are, thank you, JD. Oh, wait a minute. It's 30 and 27. All right, a few of you didn't hit the button. Come on, guys. Smash it, kick it, shoot it, beat it with a hammer. I don't care. Just hit that button, please. Alright, Les says he'll paint them. That's cool. Much cheaper that way. So I'll get that. I'll get all that stuff put together. Probably be ready to mail everything out to you in a week. I think I started doing the flat car. Yeah, I'm printing one of the flat cars now. See on the other camera there. The printer that's moving, that's a flat car. And I started printing up the truck frames. This is what they look like after I paint them. They're in stacks of 12. And they come with the hold down that goes on the top, and I paint those red, and that'll come pre-painted. And also throw in the stretch cord I use to tie them down. I'll give you enough to do all 4 loads. So you'll be good to go. There we go. See, the numbers came up quick. Thank you, people. Appreciate that. So, Sparky says, oh, I like the frames. I see those all the time. Hey, if you want some, I'll be more than happy to print them up for you, man. Realistically, I figured, and I'm not sure how much to charge for them. They're really not, they don't cost much to make. It's just they're, probably like maybe $3 or $4 for each one. Now, a 60-foot flat car will take 3 stacks. 85-foot will take 4 stacks. So depending on how big your flat cars are is how many stacks you need. And I don't know, well, I don't know. I had a derailment here, so I can't really get my trains running. I don't know what happened. Hold on just a second. Let's see what happened. Maybe I could bring them around yet anyway. There we go. Okay. Let me bring around the one with the frames on it. It'll be here in a minute or two. And I'll show you what it looks like on the flat car. Everybody's a smart ass. Looks great there, Jim. The frames, not so much you. It's coming around here. It's a little slow. I speed it up a little bit. I don't know what happened. I might be having problems with my Digitrax too. I don't know. Like I said, I gave it track power, it didn't come on, and I had to actually do it twice. So I don't know what's going on. There may be a problem with the main unit there. Because, this part's brand new, so I don't think it'd be this. Okay, we're coming around now. Come on, come on, come on, come on. It's a-coming. That train is a-coming. I got it on the very back of my mixed freight car. There it comes. Here in about 30 seconds. Okay, I should do that. Okay. Here it is right here. This is what it looks like mounted on a flat car. They came out pretty good. Like I said, this is a 60-foot flat car. 3 stacks on it. 85-foot will do 4 stacks. Like I said, each stack is 12 high, and with the retaining bracket on the top. So I could sell just the loads or the car with the loads, however you want it. You probably have your own flat car, so if you want the loads, let me know. I'll be more than happy to make some for you. Bernard C. said, I had a great birthday, won a loco from Florida. Oh, railroad dog, George. Then the Norwalk virus hit me sick. So, oh, that sucks. I got that once a long time ago. Not fun. Fortunately, I don't get that too often, but still not fun. Jim, I may get you to print some Amfleet cars, too. Oh, yeah, yeah, let me know. I'll be more than happy to do it, man. Yeah, and then it sucks about sending stuff to Australia. It's so damn expensive. The shipping, they just bend you right over, man. Not fun. Raymond says, which glue will work for 3D printed parts? I heard some glues don't work. The best glue is just plain super glue. I usually use the Gorilla myself, but I got to get another bottle of it. But the generic super glue will work fine. There we go. I got a bunch of these. Don't buy this stuff. I bought 2 of these off of Amazon. I don't know if they were old or not, but liquid came out a little bit, but then like the bulk of it's still in there and I can't get it out. And I think this stuff is probably old, so don't buy this particular brand. But the Gorilla Super Glue is good. They have just a regular gel, not the Gel XL. It comes in a smaller container. It's a different color. I think it has a blue top on it. I use that a lot. That works real good on 3D printed parts. Now this stuff here, it will work, but it really depends. Close to the mic again. It depends. The Bondine Plastruct, it will work, but if it's a high stress part, it won't hold for very long if it's work. But realistically, for a solid weld, you really want to just use regular super glue. That's what I use anyway. There might be something else I'm not aware of, but that's what I actually work with. So, you know, figure that out however you'd like. Les says, I destroyed the Rockford area on my layout. Just about everything is out up there. Got to get the board down to build the history for the new old depot that I have now. Got half built. There you go. That's a start. Joe says, Jim, put it in slot car mode. There you go. Jim got a haircut since oh yeah, I did. It was killing me. I tell you what, my hair was literally just below my shoulders. It was in my face, and I even trimmed some of it off my face a little bit, but it was so hot, and it was just a pain in the ass. And like I said, right after I got my hair cut, I said, you know, when I was a young man, you know, late teens, early 20s, I had my hair down to my ass. But it wasn't a big deal at the time, you know. And that might be fine for young men, for old men, not so much. I found it to be a big nuisance, so I see my normal barber is down in Bonita Springs, just outside of Naples, Southwest Florida. And I'd go down there every 3 months and get my hair cut. But the air conditioning went out in my car. I haven't gotten around to fixing it yet. Will be soon, though. I got all the parts. I just got to quit screwing around and get under the car and fix it. You know, replace the compressor. So I didn't want to go to Naples in the heat, not without air conditioning. So I said, you know what? I'm going to try and hold out as long as I can. And I did. And then literally, I think it was like 8 or 9 months since I last got my hair cut down there. Because it got pretty damn long. So I went shopping with my wife. Went to the Winn-Dixie down the road. And in the corner of the mall, the mini mall there, was a barber shop, and there was an open sign. So after we come out, I said, you know what, I'm going over to get my hair cut. I said, take the food home, come back and get me. You know, I said, by the time you do it, it should be done. Because remember, no air conditioning in the car, so we didn't want anything to spoil that we bought. So I went in there, and a Mexican guy, and he did a beautiful job. It cost me $26. That was with a tip. I wanted to give him more, but he didn't take it. I told him, I said, give yourself $30 for a total price, and he only took 26. So I was like, all right, whatever. I think it was like a $4 tip. I think the haircut itself was $20 and change, something like that. So I'll go back and see him again. At least he did a fair job, you know. I was so worried that they would completely screw it out up here because, unfortunately, and I hate to badmouth the residents of Sebring, but a lot of these people up here are kind of dumb as a box of rocks. You know, and not very good at anything they do. So, you know, I said I was really leery about doing it. My grandson, his mother dropped him off one day, a year or so ago. They told my wife to take him down and get a haircut. So, you know, she kind of explained to my wife what she wanted done, and so my wife went down there to some other place, and they butchered the kid. I mean, they fucked it up so bad. And poor Alexandria, his mother, she was so mad. And I just said, see, I'm not letting anybody touch my hair up here. There's no way in hell. But I got lucky here, and, you know, fortunately. No, actually, Lester, right about the same size. And I took that in consideration because CSX Bob, he was the one who actually wanted me to make them for him, and then when I made him, I never heard from him again. So I guess he changed his mind, or I took too long. I don't know what, but he sent me an old ad because somebody used to make these at some other company. They don't make them anymore. But it was literally the same thing. I mean, I incorporated my own design. Actually, this is the third design change, so I found something that would print well. Because my first design looked actually more like a car frame. You know, being an ex-mechanic, I kind of know what they look like. So, the original specs were for 13 high. The problem is, 13 high, you won't clear some tunnel openings. You'll clear bridges with no problem, but the tunnel openings are always tighter. So I figured, no, we're going to go with 12. It's an even number, and they fit fine. And like I said, they're the exact same height, I believe like within like half a millimeter of a double stack container car. So you'll be okay with that. You shouldn't have any problems. And Anthony said, okay, Jim, since I didn't win anything, I'm taking my ball and going home. Good night, y'all. We'll be in touch about the scrap. All right, well, let me know, Anthony. Be more than happy to help you out. And you know, I always give you guys good prices on stuff because I don't want to bend anybody over, you know. And I'm not looking to get rich here. I just really want to cover what I spend, you know. And maybe an extra dollar or something. But, you know, I mean, it's ridiculous. You know, the cheap-ass scrapple is not anything like this. If you go to the store and buy a scrapple like a coal load, they want $12 for the damn thing. And I'm thinking, how do they justify that? You know, it's only worth a couple of dollars. You know, I mean, so am I undercharging? Maybe, but what does it cost me to make this? You know, I'm not going to say because it's not much. So, you know, I'll pass the savings on to everybody, no biggie. Anyway, good night, Anthony, and thanks for hanging out with me, and have a good weekend, and we'll see you next time. And let me know when you're ready for these scraps, and give me some dimensions, and I'll get them made up for you. Let's see. And the count goes on, 30 to 31. Okay, we're actually one ahead. All right, that's good. Raymond's taking notes. That's good. Always good to take notes. Am I freezing up? Shouldn't be. That might be on your end. I'm looking pretty good over here. So, not sure. Alright, now we're 31-31. There you go. Go figure that one out. Andy says he's buffering. We shouldn't be. Oh, wait a minute. I am getting some drop frames. That will make it buffer. Even though I'm not seeing it here, you guys might be seeing it on your end. Alright, sorry about that, guys. It's YouTube. You know how that works. Alright, John. Well, thanks for hanging out with me, and we'll see you next time. Have a good weekend, and, you know, play with your trains, man. Hey, Stu Structures, how you doing? I still have hair halfway down my back, but tied back. Well, there you go. See, yours was long enough to put it in the tail, too. My wife tried to put mine in the tail, and it really just wasn't quite enough. So I just looked like a bobtail, you know. It just wasn't very long, and she really had to pull the shit out of my hair to get it in that small tail. It was not comfortable at all. Because when I had hair done in my house, she'd put it in the tail all the time, you know. And it was fine, never had any problems with it, but, you know. I got older, so. I know a lot of older guys that do wear long hair, though, and that's fine. I mean, that's, you know, personal preference. Yes, Ray, I am printing the 3D printing the trucks, too. They come out really nice. I don't have one that's not mounted, but I don't know how well you can see that one. That is a printed truck. They're very accurate. And of course, I run my my truck tuner through it. You guys have seen these before. So when you get a truck and put wheel, either I put wheels on or you put wheels on, they're gonna roll like there's no tomorrow. And they do very, very well. So I got that file, believe it or not, from Tom Grassi. Because I had printed up a few different ones that I found on the internet, and they sucked. And Tom Grassi had this one. I don't know where he got it from, but it worked beautifully, so he sent it to me, and I've been using that same file ever since, and every truck I make now is based, and they're set up for 33-inch wheels. I don't have one for 36s, though, so I would have to find something to, you know, accommodate the bigger wheels. Stu says, good to be back among friends. Great to see everyone. You betcha, man. I haven't seen you in a long time, Stu, so glad you're back out in circulation. Have you been okay? I mean, have you just been busy, or you've been not well, or what's going on? If you don't mind me asking. Sparky says, speaking of air conditioning, what do you have in the shed? I have a mini split. Don't get too dizzy. You can see it right up there. Mini split. That part's on the inside. There's a small condenser on the outside. I gave a little over $900 for it. I bought it brand new at Home Depot. They're actually coming down in price because I bought a second one for my guest house for my mother-in-law who lives there full time. And it's the same size, different brand, but same size. That's a 12,000 BTU. And it has heat as well, heat and cool. They're actually classified as a heat pump, so it's not your standard air conditioner. And I tell you what, they're cheap to run, and they work beautifully. And here, it gets cold in the winter, so I've run the heat on it. And I mean, it'll cook this place. Your shed's a little bit, actually quite a bit bigger than mine. I think yours is longer. But this one here, they said, will easily cool a 450 square foot building. Now, I think I'm a little over 450 here. It's 12 by 32 feet. But it's still, it'll freeze the place out. Or it'll heat the place up. And you can't hear it run. I mean, it's literally silent. Even the condenser outside, you couldn't hardly hear it run. So, if you're thinking about AC, putting AC in your train shed, a mini split's the way to go. And any brand is good, I guess. Like I said, I bought an AUX brand. I don't know who makes it. There's some other, I think Mr. Cool is the most popular brand. They cost a little more, but may possibly be a better unit. And it comes with a remote. fancy little remote here. And you can set the temperature, your modes, got turbo speed. You can set it for Celsius or Fahrenheit for readout. It also has two buttons for swinging left or swinging up and down, so it'll help move the arrow around here and there. It's got a timer on there if you want it to shut off at a certain time. And I think there's also a there's also a counter on there that keeps track of the filter when it's time to clean it. Now the filter on it's washable, so you don't have to worry about replacing it. And I'm pretty sure all of them run that way. They're all pretty much the same. So it's a good way to go if you're going to do it. Alright, Eddie, well, congratulations, and sleep well, and we'll see you next time. And I'll get these off to you real soon. I got your email. I haven't opened it up yet, but I'll look at it tomorrow, and we'll get this all packed up, and I'll let you know. Let's see. Bernard says, yeah, Jim, 55 years ago I looked like the Zigzag Man. Pain in the ass on my bike, but women sure loved it. Well, shit, how old are you, Bernard? You can't be much. You're about my age, aren't you? I'm 63. You know. You might be older. I don't know. I have no idea. Stu says, I have several bowls and can cut hair. It's easy, right? The old bowl cut. I remember that when I was a kid. Yeah, thank God we don't do that anymore. My son, the one who passed away before he died, he used to trim his own hair. He had the trimmers. And he'd use, I think it was a number 4 attachment on it. His hair was like maybe a ½ inch tall. So he talked me into doing it one day. I said, yeah, I did it. I'm thinking, okay, it looks a little weird. Probably won't do that again. And I didn't. But, you know, but that was nice because it's easy to do that yourself, you know. But, yeah, it's just, I was blessed with my family, all the men anyway, kept their hair until the day they died. Like my dad lived to be 91. His dad lived well into his 80s. And they were all long life, you know. So I figure I may not live that long, but they all died with a full head of hair. I expect to die with a full head of hair too, so regardless of when that might be. Hopefully it'll be around 90 or so. Ray says a fart fan, Sparky. Okay. Don't know what that reference for, but you know. Ken says, I haven't seen a barber since getting married 39 years ago. Wife does it for me. She cuts all her kids' hair too, and she's not a... Well, some people have that talent, you know. I had a friend, she's passed now too, COVID got her, but she's the same age as me. At the time, well, she always was until she passed, but she was not a barber either, and I actually let her cut my hair, and she did a beautiful job because she cut her kids' hair. She cut her own hair. You know, it's tough to cut your own hair and make it look good, but she did a good job on there, so, you know. So, yeah, there are people out there, especially women, that just have the natural talent to cut hair. My wife is not one of them. I love the lady, but you know what? I don't want her touching my hair. She's too particular, and she'll just keep chopping on it until she thinks it's right. By that time, there won't be nothing left. You know, you got to know when to quit. She doesn't. But, you know, she has good intentions anyway. Let's see. Bernard says, that's nice. Can't I get worried when wife has sharp objects close to my neck? Yeah, sometimes you got to worry about that, I guess. Ken says scissors and a comb. Well, that's really all you need, you know. Buffering passed 5 minutes ago. All right, so we're back up and running here. We should be. Everything looks good on the board here. I'm not dropping any more frames, but who knows? No Jim, no man buns. No man buns at all. And I would never even consider a tail is one thing, a bun is a whole different ordeal there. Not gonna happen. Steve says I'm fine, just like yeah, I hear you. That's cool. I just wanted to make sure you're not sick or anything, because that would suck. Especially with everybody having so many problems lately, Thomas Moore, do you have my? Yes, I should, Thomas. If I don't, I have your email address either way. I should have your address though. I got smart. I started saving email addresses and mailing addresses in a separate folder in my email because I would, forget them and lose them and oh shit, not gonna ask him for his address again. I'm sure people must have thought I was an idiot. I already sent him something. Why didn't he have my address? So yeah, I'm pretty sure I have it. If I don't, I'll let you know. Hey, See No Lines, how's it going? Good to see you here. Hey, and Happy Valley Hobbies. Hey, Edward, right? I think it's Edward. Hey, a long time since I've seen you too. Good to see you here. Let's see. Dave, you're taking off? Where are you? Okay. Dave, BNSF N-Scale, thanks for hanging out and have a good weekend. We'll see you next week. John says most of my hair has gone off the top. Yeah, that sucks. I had a friend. He went bald. I think he was 31. But it ran in his family. His dad was bald. His grandfather was bald. I mean, all the men in his family line lost their hair, like in their early 30s, and he was no exception. Some guys look okay with no hair, and other guys like me, I would look stupid if I were bald. Just the shape of my head, I guess. I don't know. But some guys look okay when they're bald. I mean, it's just, and maybe it's just, if you're used to seeing somebody with a full head of hair and then you don't, it probably looks weird. It's like if I shave, and I do it every now and then, not for very long either, but if I shave completely, I do not look the same. I look completely different, But only because I'm so used to seeing this. I mean, I've had a beard since I was 13, pretty much all the time. So, not really used to not having it. So, yeah. Hey, Papa John Trains, how you doing, Papa? Good to see you. All right, Ken. Well, thanks for popping in here, and we'll see you next time. Have a good dinner, and we'll see you next week. I see you get caught up over here. I'll run the next video. John says, hi, Bernard, as long as you don't get her mad. There you go. Yeah, never get a woman mad and then go to sleep. You may not wake up. Les says, I use number 3 comb on clippers most. So there you go. And maybe I don't know, it was a short one. I don't remember the exact number. Was it 3 or 4? And I wound up using the same thing. I mean, my hair was literally about a ½ inch thick all the way around. It was kind of cool. I mean, it was comfortable. It just really looked kind of weird, though, At least I thought it did. Papa John says, I got a mohawk. I knew a guy in school that had a mohawk. He was part Indian. And he come into school one day with a perfect mohawk. Oh, dude, that's cool. Hey, whatever works, whatever you're happy with, that's all that matters. Yes, I knew it was Edward. I sometimes I have to think twice. If I don't see somebody in a long time, I'll forget their name. So, I got lucky with you. Let's see. Thomas says, so people lose their hair, but it's hereditary. As a rule, it is. Probably not always, but mostly I think it's hereditary. Also, there's another thing, too. If you wear hats all the time, I don't know, it could be coincidence. Those guys that wear hats constantly go bald earlier. And I think it's because you're suffocating the hair follicles in your head. I mean, I'm not a big hat wearer. I never really was. So, could be wrong on that, not sure. Let's see. John says, my son shaved his head because he went so thin up top. And he was only, yeah, there you go. If you know you're going to lose it, it's probably just better to shave it off and not worry about it. You know, you can't fight the inevitable. Artie says, when I shave everything off, I'm either on a warpath or running from the cops. Good to know there, Artie. Good to know. Maybe a little too much TMI there, too. I don't know. Bernard says, hereditary on the mother's side. That's true, too. Now, you know, my mother-in-law, she's not bald. She's 80 or 81. I don't remember which. But her hair is so thin that she could be bald. I mean, if she didn't have enough of it, she would. Even she has a lot of bald spots. You know, you can't really tell unless you're really looking. But she complains about things. I'm losing my hair. I said, well, you're still doing good for your age. Now, my wife, on the other hand, I don't know if she'll wind up losing her hair down the road or not. You know, it could be hereditary, but who knows? And I don't think my mother never talks about her mother. They said that they hate each other, so I never questioned her on it, you know. Happy Edward says, do you know what is worse than losing your hair? Detailed parts on the floor. Yeah, there you go. Especially if you have carpet. That's why I have carpet in here, because I was originally going to put carpet in. It was about the same money as the tile. And I thought, do I really want carpet? I mean, yeah, it'd be nice on my bare feet, but I don't generally come in here barefoot anyway, you know. So I'm thinking, maybe I better stick with linoleum. And that's what I wound up doing. And it's still tough to find small parts sometimes. They bounce. It might take you a few hours to find it, but if you look really hard, you ultimately will find it. It's the same here, Bernard. My uncle was half bald by age of 24. Wow, that sucked. That's really young to lose your hair. Let's see. Well, says, I thought you lost your hair because of these hell parts. If you pull it out, yeah, you know. Sometimes that happens too. Wow. As Bernard says, yeah, Artie, my little brother-in-law says at 17, total gold ball at 20. Wow. That sucks. Steve says, I bet if I dug up all my ancestors, they will all have no hair. Well, yeah, if they've been dead for a while. Although, you know, your hair is the last thing you lose in the grave. They say even after you're dead, your hair still grows for a while. And, you know, while you're alive, your nose and your ears also grow. They never stop growing, ever. That's why you see these really old guys with, like, their ears are, like, down to here. Because it never stops growing. It's weird. A tidbit of stupid information there. Alright, he says, oh yeah, Happy Valley, I hear you. I found all the small pieces since I cleaned up the train room, including my tiny nuts. Oh, we're back on the nuts again. I lost mine by 20. Really? Are you bald already? I never noticed. You wear a hat all the time too, don't you? I don't pay attention sometimes. Let's see. Les says, I put them rubber mats that clip together on my floor. Where I've got some of those in the garage. The only problem I got with those is that because of my stroke, I don't step well. I tend to drag my right foot, and it catches the ends of those things all the time. So I finally took them up because they weren't working for me. But yeah, they would be kind of good though for containing some flying parts, hopefully. Let's see. Thomas, Jim, I have a full head of hair, and I figured you were pretty young. I got your picture you sent me in front of the locomotive there. That was pretty cool. You were actually younger than I thought you were. I thought you were older. No offense or anything, but I just felt like you were an older guy. You know, like not my age, but probably in your 40s. So. Yeah, you'll probably keep your hair the rest of your life too. You can sort of tell, you know, because if you're going to go bald, you'll start having a receding hairline at your forehead. So as soon as it starts receding at a young age, you know it's just a matter of time. The clock is ticking. Jen says, all my stuff will go at the same time, getting cremated Hope wife waits until I die. Yeah, I plan on getting cremated too. You know, it's expensive enough even to get to get fried, but an actual burial, I think it's like $30,000 or $40,000 now. It's like really, you know. My dad, he was funny, you know. Like I said, he didn't think he was going to live as long as he did. He made it to 91, but before the Alzheimer's started kicking, he used to tell me, he says, you know, when I die, just put me in a cardboard box and let them bury me in that. I said, Dad, they won't do that. You know. So he told me, you know, he figured out he wanted to be cremated, and I had him cremated. And I didn't know much about it at the time, and like I said, he'd put aside money for it. So when he passed, I never really had to deal with, you know, dead body before. I mean, not up close anyway, not somebody related. So I asked the nursing home that he was in, I said, you know, what do you recommend for a crematorium? And so, of course, those idiots sent me the most expensive one in Naples, right? So I think I wound up paying $6,000 to have him cremated. I could have got it done for $3,000 if I'd have went to the competitor. And the reality is, look, they're going to burn your body. It doesn't really matter. You might as well do it and save a few bucks, right? But I didn't know, so, you know, hopefully my wife, when the time, if she outlives me, she probably will. She'll go with the cheapest way to do it. But I used to get a kick. I said, yeah, just throw me in a cardboard box and have them put me in the ground. I go, they won't do that. Oh, they ought to, though, because, you know, it's ridiculous. $30,000, $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 to get thrown in a satin-lined box that's hermetically sealed. You're already dead. It doesn't matter. You know. And you hear about those whack jobs that, you know, that was one guy that got buried in his car. And I think that cost something like $200,000. They buried him and the car, you know. And he wasn't in a coffin. He was seated in the car, you know. And there was another guy who had a solar-powered stereo that was buried with him in his coffin. So the solar panel was above ground, so the radio, I guess, to this day is probably still playing. It's like, dude, you're not going to hear the music, I'm pretty sure. You know? And people get some weird ideas, though, you know? Weird. Artist Germany, that's your inheritance from you. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it does. I have a John Henry Railroad spike. They had such a thing. I wasn't aware of that. That's cool. Just put me on a boat pointed east off my... There you go. I wish they would do that. Go back to, you know, put you in a little rowboat and set your ass on fire, push you out there, and the sharks will take care of anything left over, right? I mean, I can't speak for other people, but I don't see what the hell difference it makes. You're dead. I mean, I'm kind of religious. I'm a born-again Christian, and, you know, I believe that at the moment of death, your soul or spirit leaves your body and goes somewhere else. The body is just a vessel. It's just an empty husk. Does it really matter what you do with it? I mean, you know. I mean, within reason, you know, we don't do any weird shit, but you're dead. You're not going to know it. Well, maybe you will, but you won't be in your body to be arguing with it, you know. I mean, it's just kind of screwed up. But Ron says, I've gone through so much shit, just don't just fry me and flush me down the toilet. Whatever, you know. And you can't take nothing with you, so does it really matter, you know? You know, they sell caskets in, tells the name of that, Sam's Club. I think Costco sells them too, and I was in one of the clubs a couple of years back, and they had them on display, you know. They weren't cheap either, mind you. And going, so if I buy one of those, like, do I take it home and store it in the shed till I need it? They never gave me an answer. I don't know what the answer to that is. I mean, you know, what do you do? So, say your wife buys a coffin for you, and you probably don't even know, but she hides it in the basement or somewhere. And then when you die, and takes you down. They come to get your body. Does she take the casket and haul it down to the funeral home and say, well, here, put them in this. I already paid for it. Yeah, I don't know how the hell that works. You know, it's a little weird. Since I have a lot of metal in my body that won't melt, she can have that. Yeah, they removed that stuff. When my dad passed, they asked me, does he have a pacemaker? Does he have any artificial joints? I said, no, he's still flesh and blood. I said, he's missing a few things. You know, gallbladder, appendix, tonsils, that sort of thing. But no, he didn't have any metal on him. So I think he had some stents. Or, no, they didn't put stents in him. He just got bypass surgery. Now they pretty much do the stents all the ways around unless you're really, really bad. But that wasn't enough to cause a problem. But they were concerned about pacemakers mostly. I guess probably because, you know, the pacemaker probably uses a lithium battery, and you know what happens to those when you heat them up. But once again, they're frying you to a crisp anyway. Does it really matter whether your part of your body explodes or not? You know, I have no idea. Let's see. Get a cheap power boat, a tank of gas, start the motor, and let it go. Nobody will be bothered. Nobody will bother coming to look for me. There you go. You know, it's funny because in the Midwest, like Kentucky and Tennessee, and probably a lot of other states, but sometimes you're driving down country roads and you'll see a cemetery in front of somebody's house, because back in the day, they let you bury your family members in the front yard or the backyard. It was your land. You could do what the hell you wanted on it. You know, you're not allowed to do that anymore, at least in most places. And once again, why? What the hell is the problem? I don't get it. Thomas says, when John Henry was around, the railroad spikes are square head and square body. Aren't they now? Oh no, I guess the body's square, but the head is generally rounded or oval, isn't it? Okay. He said, depending on the metal, it might be a win or lose then. Yeah, exactly. Frank Neer, hey Frank, how's it going? I just want to come and go all at once. There's a joke about that. And truly that would be the way to go, wouldn't it? And John says, my wife orders a coffin. Should I be worried? Quite possibly. That's all I can say. It could be a problem. Even less says I would be worried. I would be John. Yeah, there you go. Hey, John Nippenberg, how's it going? Good to see you here. Alright, so listen, let me run this video real quick. It's not very long. And this one was sent to me. The link was sent to me by Gerald Stewart. It's pretty cool. I think it's 10 minutes long, so check it out and enjoy.
Alrighty, I hear y'all. You want a part 2? Well, you got it. Rail cars. Some of us see them every day, and while they can be interesting sometimes, there usually ain't too much going for them. That's because all we're seeing is just average everyday rolling stock. What about the obscure, experimental, or specialty stuff? The rail cars at the bottom of the iceberg that protect nuclear waste in transit or simply carry plain old air. Get ready to learn all about these and much more as we once again go over 10 obscure rail cars in 10 minutes. Let's start off with Locotrol radio cars, used by Southern, BN, CP, and others in the 60s and 70s. These rebuilt locomotives and boxcars paved the way for DPU technology on today's railroads, and they worked a bit like this. The train's lead engine had a special transmitter on board, and any time the engineer would adjust the throttle or brake, the transmitter would send that information out as radio waves that would be picked up by the receiver car in the middle of the train. The car would then take that radio signal, turn it into MU data, and send those orders to the unmanned locomotives through their MU cables. Several radio car programs died out rather quickly, since railroads opted to put the sending and receiving equipment inside the individual locomotives. But some radio cars, such as Southern's, were used up until the 90s. Speaking of Southern, let's take a look at their top-loaded boxcar used for hauling kaolin clay out of Georgia. Kaolin is a versatile substance primarily used in paper production. While the clay can be shipped in covered hoppers or a slurry mix, Southern wanted a more efficient way to load and unload this product, so these top-loaded boxcars were created around 1963. They could be quickly loaded from the roof like a hopper, and quickly unloaded from the side door using a skid steer or tractor. Unloading must be done carefully, since kaolin clay is easily contaminated, which is why the boxcars had special liners inside. Ultimately, these boxcars were a huge success, with some reportedly hauling clay into the early 2000s. While I don't think any have been preserved, I wouldn't be surprised if a small museum has one somewhere. On the topic of carrying odd cargo in odd ways, let's check out bromine tank cars, which haul one of the scariest substances out there. Their primary cargo, bromine, is nothing to be messed with. It's a highly reactive, highly volatile halogen that's basically liquid chlorine. These cars are tiny because bromine is incredibly heavy, weighing in at 25 pounds per gallon. And it's incredibly dangerous, so you don't want a lot in one place. Also, these tankers are lead-lined in order to keep the bromine from eating right through their steel shell. And most, if not all, bromine tankers are restricted to a maximum speed of 50 miles an hour. Dow Chemical Company and Great Lakes Chemical Corp are the main users of these little things. And while you can find these tankers on the main line, there's very few of them, and they usually only travel short distances between chemical plants. Last video, we learned about a Goliath caboose, so why don't we learn about some tiny ones this go round? This is a Canadian Pacific Shorty caboose. It measures just 24 feet 10 inches in length, and only 2 were ever made. Both cabooses started out at a normal length of 35 feet, but were shortened in the mid-40s and put to work on CP's Roslyn Sub, a line that fed the Cominco smelter in Trail, British Columbia. However, the Roslyn Sub was full of switchbacks that limited the length of trains, so by using these tiny cabooses, the railroad could fit just one more ore car on trains destined for the smelter. Unfortunately, when the line was cut back, these cabooses were out of a job and were sent to work as shoving platforms in nearby yards. At least one caboose continued to see work until the mid-80s, but after that, their trail goes cold. Speaking of crazy Canadian rail cars, how about we explore Canadian National's distributed braking cars, also known as air repeaters. When it gets cold outside, all the components of a train's brake line shrink up, creating huge unavoidable air leaks, and the engines can't keep up with this constant loss of air. So instead of using more expensive engines to keep up with the leaks, these modified box cars and shipping containers are used to provide a cheap secondary source of air, keeping the brakes disengaged in cold weather. These cars have a diesel-driven compressor with air reserves on board and automatically turn on either when the temperature gets too cold or when the train's air pressure gets too low. While the idea and usage of air cars ain't new, CN seems to utilize them the most out of any modern railroad, sporting about 100 in total. One thing that railroads love is data, and they collect it using computers. But how was all this data collected before computers existed? That is what the dynamometer car was for. Developed in the early 1830s, these rolling laboratories used a plethora of electrical, mechanical, hydraulic, and pneumatic devices to calculate all sorts of things, such as locomotive performance, weather, track conditions, speed, crew efficiency, and more. What's interesting is that lots of dyno cars had living quarters and a kitchen, because every now and then, dyno crews would accompany trains for days on end in order to gather necessary data. These cars were used well into the 20th century, and some may still be used today, but computers have basically made them obsolete. Thankfully, there are many in preservation all over the world. One thing you won't find in preservation, though, is BN's trough train. Due to BN's locale, they hauled lots of coal, and in an effort to make their trains more efficient, they invented the 280-foot-long trough train in the mid-90s. 23 of these articulated coal trains were made, and they were wildly efficient, hauling nearly 29,000 cubic feet of coal per unit. However, The abrasive coal dust destroyed the sliding surfaces between cars, and due to the sheer amount of weight each trough train carried, cracks started forming in their aluminum frames, with one trough train being ripped in half in the 2000s. Another problem was how niche they were, so repairs were lengthy, costly, and usually required custom parts. As efficient as these monsters were, they were just too prone to failure and too expensive to maintain, so they were all retired by '04 and scrapped over the coming years. On the topic of big hopper cars, how about we look at the one and only Whopper Hopper, the largest covered hopper in the world. This experimental rail car was made in the mid-60s for ACL and was quite innovative. With 135 tons of capacity, this behemoth could haul any bulk commodity that belonged in a hopper car, and for a quick turnaround between loads, it had a self-cleaning system that would leave the stainless steel interior spick and span. All you had to do was attach a water hose to the intake port, open the unloading chutes, and let her rip. Since the Whopper Hopper's debut was a big deal to the railroad, it was christened with champagne the day it entered service. This monster went on to work for SCL and later CSX before being retired in the late 90s. Today, it's in preservation at the North Carolina Transportation Museum. While some cars carry almost anything, there are lots of cars out there that only haul one product, such as hot ingot cars. Based at the Lehigh Heavy Forge, these cars transport huge chunks of red-hot steel between forges under a heavily insulated cover. And because the cargo is so heavy, a lot of wheels are required for proper weight distribution. Usually, these cars stay at the Lehigh Heavy Forge, but sometimes they have to travel over the main line to deliver hot steel to other forges in the region. And because their loads are so time sensitive, they're usually transported on the head end of priority intermodals. But if a hotshot intermodal ain't available, a normal train will work just fine, since the insulation in these cars can keep steel red hot for hours on end. Very few of these hot ingot cars exist in the U.S., and they all hang around Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. For the last car of this video, how about we take a look at something that hadn't even entered service yet? This is the U.S. Navy's latest armored caboose, purpose-built for escorting loads of spent nuclear fuel as they travel from shipyards and propulsion facilities to Idaho Falls for disposal. This caboose is 69 foot long, weighs roughly 185,000 pounds, and seems to be equipped with firing ports along the sides. This $10 million rolling bunker will be part of a pre-made train set that utilizes the new Atlas railcar as a means of transporting nuclear waste casks. Inside the caboose, there will be specialized security personnel who will look after nuclear waste while it's in transit. While this ain't the first mega caboose the U.S. government's made, it's definitely the most technologically advanced, as it houses an arsenal of communication and weapon systems. Currently, this caboose is still undergoing testing, but it should be out on the main line sometime next year. Thanks for watching. If y'all enjoyed this video, consider checking out some other ones of mine. Also, maybe pass yourself by the merch shop. Anyways, till next time.
That was pretty cool. John says there's a dynamometer at the B&O Railroad Museum in Baltimore. That's cool. I'm sure there's a few stuff. But, fortunately, they put a lot of that stuff, they restore it and put it in museums, which is a cool idea because a lot of this stuff will never be made again, And Tom Moore says that ACL train is not far from me. Okay, I didn't know that. I have to start looking into some of that stuff, but Thomas says I sent you a video. Okay, I'll check that out later. Not a problem. That was cool, Jim. Well, thank you. What's going on here with this thing? Hold on just a second. Ah. What's going on with that outside rail? I had an uncoupling going on there, so I'll keep the inside rail running. No biggie, right? Alright. Oh, thank you, Bernard. I appreciate that. Actually, you can thank the guys that send me in videos. Any of you, if you see something you think everybody would be interested in, send me a link, and I'll be sure to post it, the next live stream. So I appreciate that, John. Glad that you enjoyed it. Like I said, every now and then we get some good stuff, you know. Gerald says, stuck in the pink. Okay. I don't know what the hell that's about. Thomas says, I have an antique Missouri Pacific Railroad spike. Man, you must have like a whole wall of spikes, huh? That's pretty cool, really. We don't really have enough stuff here to do that kind of a collection on, so we generally don't do it. But still, that's pretty cool, you know. I gotta figure out what's going on with this thing. I wonder if I honestly get a little bit of a contraction here, maybe because I keep it so cold in here sometimes. I'm having problems with this joint right over here, even though I'm using those track alignment pieces. They're kind of pulled away from each other, so I may have to make some further adjustments there. I'm not sure. As I said, I wish I didn't have to have that pass through, but there's really no way around it, so, you know. If this shed would have been even 2 foot wider, I could have done it the way I wanted to and had a big loop over here and a big loop on that end, and probably even had a center section, you know, for like a yard or something, because that was my original plan. Well, of course, I was looking at it 20 by 40, so it would have been 20 wide and 40 deep, and I had this massive track plan that I wanted to do, but unfortunately I couldn't get the shed to do it with. So I had to kind of take what I can get. And it looks like, oh, no, not froze up yet. John wants to know, Thomas Moore, do you have a video of your spikes? I know he did some of them, you know, like in pairs or whatever. He showed them some time back, but you should probably do like a whole collection video, Thomas, and like show all your spikes and have them like maybe labeled and show what they are and put a little history behind them. That would be cool. I think we would all be interested in that, possibly. There's a lot of cool stuff out there. You know, it's funny because really until I got back involved in model trains, I really didn't give much. I mean, I'd see them every now and then. It's like, you know, I was up in Indiana for a while in Warsaw, helping my sister out get back on her feet financially, you know. And there's a lot of trains in Warsaw. I mean, there's a lot of trains, you know. And I used to go up sometimes and watch whenever I could. And, well, that's an interesting question. Why can't, I think my chat stopped again, damn it. Anyway, the question is, Edward from Happy Valley says, any railroad spikes from the Albany and Susquehanna? Do you have any of those, Thomas? It does look like my chat might have stopped. I don't know. Yeah, I hate this thing, man. Yeah, probably I got so many things going on through the rest of the week that I have very little time to solve some of these problems. And that's a real pain in the ass, but, you know, what are you going to do? If I didn't know that was going to do it, I would have stopped it. And reset it while you guys are watching the video, but... Anyway, Thomas Moore says, no, Happy Valley, I don't. And John Benicki says, not far from Warsaw. Really, that's cool. Yeah, this pisses me off that this thing quit like this again. Drives me nuts. You know what? Give me a minute here. I'm going to restart it. It might work. It might not. We'll find out here. See if that makes a difference. Yeah, I wish they'd update this thing and work out the bugs out of it. I mean, it was so stupid. Okay, I got it back up again. How long it'll work before it messes up is anybody's guess. Okay. So you're not far from Warsaw, John? Whereabouts are you? I'm somewhat familiar with most of Indiana. I've been all over that area, actually, over the years, so. My sister lives in Warsaw, and my brother lives in Evansville down in the south end. None of us are from Indiana. We're all from Jersey, but my parents divorced. My mother took my brother and sister because they were too young to choose, and that's where they wound up. Tom says, I'd like to have one from Albany and Susquehanna. That's cool. See, now, one says, I have a fish plate from East Coast Railroad. Cool. Thomas wants to know, Happy Valley, do you have one? Because if you do, Happy, I'd love to have it, I'm sure. Oh, yeah, I know where South Bend is. That's not far from Warsaw. I've been there before. Cool. Thomas says, I don't have a New York City Railroad spike either. Huh. I guess you'd probably have to travel around the country to get. I mean, they're all over the place. Apparently, they don't pick them all up. You know, like I said, when they redid the rails over here, I haven't looked lately, but I'll bet there's a whole ton of them out there. I mean, there was a lot of them out there before they replaced the rail sections. So, you know, I picked up a few. So I'll have to, one of these I'll get out there, I'll take a look again. It's usually too hot to be wandering around out in the weeds, you know. I certainly don't do that. John says, I might be able to find you a Western Maryland spike next time I'm up that way, Thomas. Cool. I'm sure he'll appreciate that. So, I'm going to give Tom Grassi a plug again. He made these fire hydrants for me. Let me get them in focus here if I can. There you go. These are HO scale fire hydrants. I did paint them. He resin printed them in his resin printer. I don't know what he'll charge you for them, but I'm sure he'll give you a good price. But if you want a shitload of fire hydrants, this is the way to go. I provided the file for him. I didn't make them, but I had to resize them because I couldn't find any that were an HO scale. I have an O scale, S scale, and then like, I don't even know what scale that was, you know. So I had to scale one down to the HO scale, and that's the correct size because I actually do. I bought some fire hydrants some years back from Walters, I think. And that's the exact size of the ones I got. So if you're interested in getting some fire hydrants on your layout, get a hold of Thomas Grassi. He'll be able to hook you up. I know he made some for Dwight and Mom and Son train rail fans. Tammy and Ray, he made some for them too, so I'm sure I'll be more than happy to make you guys some too. Let's see. Wes says, one of my treasured pieces is a CNW UP passenger train steel step stool I got from the rail. Oh, that's cool. That's pretty neat. That's probably not something you would see all the time. Thomas says, John, I never had a Western Maryland Railroad spike. Well, there you go. That'd be cool if you could pull that off. I don't rail fan much, but the next time I'm out, you know, in different areas, which who knows when that'll be, I'll keep my eyes open for railroad spikes and let you know what I find, Thomas, you know. I don't collect them, but I don't mind, you know, sending them to somebody who might, so, and that would be you. So that would be cool. I'll keep my eyes open. Anybody else out there, if you come across one, put it aside and let Thomas know if he's interested in it. He might be. Who knows? So let's see what else we got going here. Well, you've seen all my 3D printed stuff so far. Once again, on these crossing gates, I'm very close. I could have sworn I had some piano wire here. I know I bought a pack of it. I don't know what the hell happened to it. Maybe I got it buried somewhere. I'm just going to order some more to set the wire up from the actuator to the arm. And I've got an Arduino board here, and I'm probably going to experiment with that first because I want to set up for automatic raise and lower with sensors. Very simple system. And if I'm happy with how that works, I will sell that as an assembly. 2 crossings, a sensor on each side of the railroad tracks, and an Uno board. Basically, I'll give you a quick photograph or something. You just hook the wires up just the way you see it, and you'll be ready to rock and roll. And I'm also going to look at maybe a manual setup for someone who want to do a little cheaper. It's going to be cheap anyway. I'm thinking probably for the fully automatic one, probably in the neighborhood of $50 for a pair, which is not bad. Now, keep in mind that this part here, it doesn't cost shit to build as far as the 3D stuff goes. Now, the actuator's $10, and the LED lights, which I'll put in, they're cheap too. So really the most expensive part there on the actual crossing is the linear actuator. Now if you have the fully automatic one, like you said, the smart way would be Arduino. Now you can get an Arduino board for like $8, something like that, but this stuff adds up, and sensors and whatever. And I don't know if you guys have seen them. I don't think I can get to them right now. Oh, they're down further. I've got the trackside boxes, that they use for those things, and I got the front cut out of them. That's what you'll use for your sensors, so you'll hide the sensors if you don't want to mess around with trying to put them underneath the rails, which is a pain in the ass. It's a lot easier to, it sets right beside the track. It's just a little box. You can't hardly see the sensors because you're going to put it away from where you can see it. And when the train hits it, it causes a reflection to trigger the Arduino board to turn it on. And like I said, it works both ways, no matter which way the train's coming. And it will kick it on, and then it's on a timer. And I'll probably ask you some questions about where you're going to put it, how long your consist might be, I don't know, something to that effect. Well, it really wouldn't matter. Generally, it'll stay on for, depending upon how far apart it is. You probably want it to stay on anywhere between 10 and 15 seconds after the last car passes either way. And then it will shut down itself and reset. I've got it set up on regular crossing lights without the levers, without the arms, and it works fine. Very simple setup to do. So, but like I said, that'll be the better version. The cheaper version won't have an Arduino board. It'll be a manual circuit and probably use a variable pot resistor that you hook power to so that you can slowly turn it up to raise the arm and then turn it back down to lower the arm. That's really the budget way of doing it, but I'll offer both options. Because I know some of you guys don't have a lot of money or just don't want to invest a lot of money in that, so that would be a cheap alternative and it'll still work. The ones that are automatic is better, but cost a little more. But I mean, you've seen them. We had on here a few weeks back the company that makes them. A pair of them were $350, which I think is just fucking nuts, And you still had to do work underneath the bench, which was a problem. So this is a drop-in assembly. You're going to, well, here's one here that's not finished, but you can actually, probably, the bottom part here is just for standing purposes. once it's built, I'll probably cut that off because you don't need it, because the actuator mounts on the side here. And you're going to drill a 3/4 inch hole thereabouts for 15/16. I'll have the right dimensions at that time. I think this is a 1 inch disc, and you can see it actually goes over. So it's going to be slightly smaller. You'll drop the whole thing down in the hole on top of your bench, and you just have a couple of wires to hook up, and you can make them long enough so you don't actually have to climb under there. Because like what I did, for the same reason, I pulled part of my fascia, and I've got like a drawer, not really a drawer, but a stand underneath, mounted up underneath the shelf. And my Arduino board is there, and all the connections are there, so I can work on it sitting down just in front of it without having to climb underneath the bench work. So, like I said, I will show pictures of how I would do it anyway, if you're that concerned about it. But that's the beauty of this. You could do the hard part, and there's only 3 wires going to come off, 3, 4, 5 wires, right? 3, 4, 5, 6 wires, excuse me. 6 wires will come off of this. 3 will be for your lights, and 2 will be for the actuator. So I know it's actually 5 wires right now. 3 wire on the guys. Yeah, 3 on the actuator, 3 on the light. So 6 wires will come down with it. You can make them longer before you drop this down the bench. So if you're 2 foot away from the edge of your bench work, you give yourself a 2 foot lead on them. You put on before you drop this down. Drop it down with the wires, and all you can do is grab the wires with a broomstick or something, bring them closer to you, grab them, and then you can work effortlessly without having to climb underneath the bench. I mean, I'm kind of designing. I know you guys are not all disabled like I am, but some of you probably are, and some of you are just plain old. No offense, but this does make it easier, because even if I was in good shape, I still really don't want to climb underneath the benches to do work, So anything you could drop in from the top and wire up simply without climbing under the thing is going to make your life so much easier, and that's what I'm aiming for with this system. And I have a feeling that it's going to work very well, and it's going to be a big seller. And because it won't be crazy expensive, everybody will probably want one. Even though you got it on a tight budget, you still may want the fully automatic version. But there will be a manual version if that's what you want. So, I tend to make things so that everybody can benefit from, Like I said, I'm not trying to get rich off of this. I'll make a couple dollars profit, not a lot, But, I'm going to offer something that's going to be a solution to a potential problem for what's on the market now at a reasonable price. I mean, sure, I could probably sell that for $200 for a pair of them with the Arduino board. Nobody'd buy it. I mean, some might, but the vast majority are going to go, screw that. That's too much money. Same reason why you won't spend $350 on the one in the other place. It's too much money. But if you could get a pair of those for, say, $50, I'm thinking I get your attention on that one, And like I said, that's a reasonable price for what I'll have involved in it. But give me some time. It may take a month or two, maybe even a little longer, I don't know. I want to get it built. I hope to have a working one very soon, next couple weeks, hopefully. And then I want to test it for about a month at least. And like I said, I may set it up on the bench work here, right here on my desk, and just have it go up and down all day long. Set it on a repeating circuit, to make sure if there's going to be a problem, I'll find out what it is and get some sort of an idea on how long it'll last, Because I don't want to sell you something that lasts a week and then burns up or fails for some stupid reason. You're going to be mad at me, and I'm not going to be happy either. So I want to make sure you get a good quality device that's going to stay working for hopefully some years. So be patient with me. That's all I can ask for right now. Did this thing stop again? I think it did. I don't know what goes on. Why it does this? There must be some sort of a... I wonder if I can get inside this program. It seems like it quits right around this time every night. Now I fire it up at 10 to 6 before I start my show, this chat setup here. And it almost always fails right around 10 or quarter to 9, thereabouts. And I don't know why. There must be some sort of a timer circuit on it. I have no clue. Now what I did last time, I think, I stopped it, I shut it down completely, and then I restarted it, which takes a minute. And I have to resize it and all because it basically comes out on top of my screen, which I don't know why. And you'll see that it throws up an automatic thingy there. Oh, and then I have to go to Chrome. Open it up there. And do the URL. HTTPS // YouTube / Then I got all these letters and numbers I gotta play with. B B H K X G, and then go ahead and connect it again. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. Yeah. It almost seems like it starts from the beginning, and that's not what I wanted to do. Oh no, I'm still live. That's not a problem. I'm not shutting down my my stream. It's just a chat. It's a third-party chat, which is a real pain in the ass. Let me back up here a little bit. Oh, you guys really did get in front of me there, didn't you? Okay, here we go. Well, I'm going to stop. I'm going to start here. Frank Neer says, I would love to have the file. I could print them myself. Is that for the fire hydrants? I'll be more than happy to send it to you. Not a problem. You know. I don't, and no charge either. I don't charge for files. I assume you have a resin printer. You can't do this on a filament printer. I tried, it won't work. But a resin printer, they will print fine. And if you're interested, send me an email. My email is right there. And I'll send you the file. Not a problem. I send STL files as a rule. The STL file is already sized properly. Or I take that back. The G-code file is sized properly. Actually, I think I got an STL that's sized right too. You'd probably want an STL file because the resin printer uses a different format. Anyway, I'll give it to you. Just send me an email and I'll send you the file. Not a problem. Let's see here. What else we got here? Edward said, I have somewhere a table centerpiece from the 100th Alco anniversary celebration, which is a tie plate spike, wildflowers long dead, and a section of rail from the Schenectady plant. That's cool. That's got to be worth something. Said, no, it's mine. I just can't find it. Okay. Thomas says, Trackside Mike can find me a CP Railroad spike. You'll have to get with Trackside Mike on that one. But I'm not getting my hopes up on that, alright. And Edward said, sadly, the Schenectady plant is now mostly a new casino. Maybe 2 or 3 buildings left. Really? I didn't know that. Huh. That's cool, sort of, I guess. John said he sent you an email, Thomas. Okay, that's cool. Thomas says, I have a Frisco stainless steel screw spike. I know, you sent me a picture. That thing was pretty cool. I never saw anything like that. Gerald says, Jim, a servo tester would work well for Matt. Yeah, that's true. I have one of those here, too. I could use as a guinea pig. That's a good idea. I didn't think about that. And those are cheap. I mean, I think I bought mine from Wish.com. I think I paid like $3 for it. you know, and I would order a bunch of them if there was an interest in the manual setup, and those are simple, and you can easily mount them in your fascia, and wire them up. There's literally a 6-wire hookup, 3 on one and 3 on the other. So yeah, I'll be looking. But thanks for that suggestion. I completely forgot about that. See, Frank says you probably could design it with a 2x6 Molex connector. Oh yeah, you could, but I probably wouldn't use a Molex connector. You could though. That's more computer stuff. But like I said, the way I've got this is you can see this one here. I'm not sure what these aren't called Molex. Maybe they are. I don't know. But this is a standard. You can't get a good. This is a standard 3-wire connector. I can't get the focus properly, as you see on these things. And I have the extension wires for them too. Although I'd probably use those, but I have to sell them to you, and I'd buy myself more. I think they're 2 foot long or 3 foot long extensions for that. If a male and a female in. So yeah, it's not going to be an issue. Everything is there to do what I need to do with it. So, like I said, I want to make sure that it's reliable. Like I said, I want to sell something that's going to break down a week after you got it, or an hour after you got it, or anything like that. I want you to be able to put it in, and it works for a few years at least. Edward says, I model 1876. Crossbucks were not even standard yet. When was crossing gates invented? Probably not until 30s or 40s, I'd imagine. Maybe even later than that. I don't remember seeing them in old movies, so probably they might have been the 60s for all I know. Hard time. If somebody has an answer for that, let us know, because I'll look into it if nobody comes up with an answer, but I don't think they're all that old. Thomas says, I have railroad spikes from north and west. Okay. Artie says, hi to John. Artie says, some dumb nut had this fantastic idea of expanding his layout. He needs to be taken out and flawed. Do we know who this guy is, Artie? I'm pretty sure we do, don't we? Yeah, the only one question I got for you, Artie, and I could be overstepping here, but aren't you buying a house you're supposed to move into, what, like 3 or 4 or 5, 6 months? Why are you even screwing with the layout right now, unless it's something, are they modules that you can easily remove them and put them in a new house? If not, you're probably going to run into some problems here disassembling it. Just a guess on my part, but, And expansion can be a pain in the ass. I'm kind of going through the same thing, Artie. I want to put in a yard, okay, a big yard. And this side of the shed that you can't see right now has got pretty much an open wall, all right? But it's 3 foot back from the edge of my bench. Now, it's only going to be probably a foot higher than the overhead rail is where it's at now, because I want to have some clearance for everything. And it's probably going to come out 2.5 feet, and I'll put some background buildings against the wall, whatever. But I'm going to set up where I can actually slide the plywood in, once I get everything bracketed, and I'll wire it up out here in the middle of the floor, put the track in and everything else, all my turn up controls, everything, and then slide the whole damn thing and have an umbilical cord that I could just plug into for power. But it's still going to be a pain in the ass. It would have been a lot easier to do had I done that before I actually started the bench work on a lower level, because you start high. It's easier to do the lower stuff. It's tougher to put the higher stuff in after the low stuff's already there. But unfortunately, I did not really foresee going with a third level. However, I kind of need to. So I understand exactly what you're saying. Big Jim, you are still really making lives, or really making some great things. And yeah, well, thank you, Derek. I appreciate that. I'm doing my best, and I hope to keep on making new things, and things that maybe some of you guys might be interested in. It's a lot of fun, really. Edward said you are still live on my end. Well, I hope so. I should be. I didn't shut anything down. I just restarted my chat. So your chat would be unaffected. I have a third-party chat system on the left side of my screen, and it's set up so I can put these labels here. Well, you can't see the thing here, but I could put the labels up, otherwise I wouldn't be able to do it. So I had to restart it because it quit working. And I'm telling you, there must be some sort of timer in on it, I guess. Program is censored, laughing my ass off, maybe. Still alive. Well, yeah, you should be. Like you said, I didn't shut down. I just restarted my chat, so. Ray says the cows are always moving whether the trains are on or not. Yeah, because the track power is on, and as long as there's power to the track, they will move. If I cut the track power, they'll shut down. But I think, let's see, we still moving here? Yeah, the inside freight rail is still active. It's still going around. It comes around slowly. The outside one, I'm having a track issue here or something. I'll have to work on that, figure out what's going on. That's weird how things work great for so long, and then out of the blue they just quit working. I don't know. John says the railroad never sleeps. Well, it does here. Edward says it's Ensign Pillsbury, he's Bridge. Could well be. That cows need milking. I don't milk cows, man. That's kind of a woman's job, I think. I don't know. See what else we got here. Did you mean boom gates at Happy Valley? Boom gates? I don't think that. Oh, here we go. Thomas Moore said the crossing gate didn't come out until 1966. I figured it was later on. I wasn't sure. But then again, Frank Neer says 1930 on automatic gates. So I'm not. That's probably, I don't know. So one of you guys is right, and one of you guys aren't so right. But I know they haven't been out a very long time, though. But honestly, I don't remember ever seeing them on an old movie. I used to watch, old Lauren Bacall or Humphrey Bogart movies, them guys, because they were good actors, old black and white movies. And there's always a train scene here and there, but never saw crossing gates. Saw the lights, they had the cross buck with the flashing lights, but not the arms, so not sure when they came out. No, not moving until late next year. The layout will be removable. That's why the construction is taking so. Okay, well, that makes sense. I thought you were moving sooner then. I guess you pushed it back somehow. That's still cool, though. So, yeah. As long as it's portable, that's all that matters. Ray says, crossbucks are great. They help with the Darwin theory. Not really. People are so stupid to go around them anyway, It's like the arms are down or the lights are flashing. There's probably a train speeding through that weighs hundreds or thousands of tons. Sure, you can make it. Go ahead and try, you know. Bunch of jackasses, man. What the hell's wrong with people anyway? Wow. I guess that's a loaded question, isn't it? Or as they say, a rhetorical question. It says, I have no idea what crossing gates are called outside of North America. That's a good question. I have no idea either. I know the English probably have a different word for it, and so do the Australians. I mean, I know the common car terms, but I have no idea some of the railroad terms. So, yeah. You tell me to look in the boot. I know that's the trunk. You know, or the bonnet. That's the hood. Or the windscreen. That's the windshield. You know, I know what a spanner is. But railroad stuff, no clue. I don't know what the hell they call anything over there. Artie says, yeah, we have them here too. The automatic ones came into play here in the late 30s. Before that, there were like farm gates used manually, shut and okay, yeah, that makes sense. I think this thing stopped on me again. Yeah, it did. Stupid fucking thing. I'm not going to be able to put anything up on the screen anymore, but let me shut this down. I'll put up the other one. Chat. Not the right one? Yep, okay. Can't put anything up on the screen anymore, but at least I can read the chat. As Thomas Moore says, automatic gates was 66. Hey, Ron Montag, how you doing? Good to see you here, man. Long time no see. Thomas Moore says, I have a broken railroad gate. Okay, that's an odd thing to have. It's fiberglass. Well, that makes sense. I know they're designed to break away. Not necessarily break, but break away from the crossing post if you hit them with a car or something. Artie says, here it depends where you are. Some call it boom gates, some call it a pane. Jim, what is a loo? That's the toilet. I know that. Come on. Got you though, didn't I? You didn't think I knew, did you? Hey, Alan, how you doing? Good to see you. Ron Montag says, been busy. Well, that's a good thing, I guess. Maybe. So, yeah, hey, we get that stupid heart in the, because basically it pulls the chat off the browser and enlarges it over here. So whatever's in the browser chat is what I'm seeing here. I just can't put it up on the screen. Excuse me. No, it's not COVID. I have to say that every time I sneeze. I could launch some hearts though, just for fun. Oh no, I can't either. Oh shit! Now what do they do? Just can't do that, can I? Yeah, let's try and put it back up there. There we go. Ah, somebody lit off a few things. There you go. Don't know who's doing it, but it wasn't me. Ray says, I thought a spanner was measured by how big the bug splat was. There you go. That's one way to look at it, I guess. And I had an English guy. He was straight from England. He lived next door to me back when I lived in Naples some years back. So I pretty much, I listened and I learned, their terminology for things. But he used to like to screw with me too, He said, "Can you grab me a a 5/8 spanner, sure. And of course, they don't measure. They don't measure the threads. They measure the bolt head, I think, or vice versa. It's different from us, you know. Like if you grab a 1/2 inch wrench, and that's I think it's the thread size we measure here. The thread diameter is a 1/2 inch, where the head is generally bigger. But they actually measure the head. So a 1/2 inch bolt here would be like a 5/8 bolt in England. So you would give him a 5/8 spanner, you know. I learned that real quick too. But he used to try and screw with me. He thought I was stupid, I guess, but I wasn't as dumb as he thought I was. John says, is Valentine's Day already? Well, I guess it could be, according to the heart, right? There's what live streaming program are you? I'm using OBS. I like the OBS because it allows me to use my Stream Deck. I have one of these here. This is a smaller one. This is for all my different cameras and controls that I do. It works real well with OBS. It works a little bit with StreamYard. StreamYard is easier because it has the built-in put the stuff up on the screen deal. Now there's the way you could run OBS through StreamYard. I started looking into it. I have to change some of my settings in OBS. It's kind of a pain in the ass in some ways, but I wouldn't have the problem with the chat screen that I'm having now. But I'm going to look at. Maybe I can get a hold of the guy who authored this top chat. It's what the hell is it called? Hold on just a second. It's called Twidget, and it's a third-party chat program designed specifically for OBS. And he's got a bug in it, and he may not be aware of it. It's not open source, I don't believe. Otherwise, I would get into it. There's got to be some sort of a counter in there that literally stops it after so much time or so many amounts of chats or something. But something's locking it up at a predetermined time. If I can figure out what it is and unlock it or extend it, I could fix the program. But I don't believe it's open source, so I'm probably going to have to get hold of the author and say, hey, dude, can you fix this damn thing? Or show me how to do it, you know. Thomas Moore says, well, if I have 200 subscribers, I'll do a contest. How many you got now, Thomas? Of course, I'm pretty sure that everybody you know is subscribed to you. Do a lot of shorts. I started doing the shorts, you know, on YouTube. I picked up a shitload of subscribers real quick. You know, Dwight Curley told me to do it. I took his advice, and it's really helped. I mean, I was stuck at like 230 for like the last couple of years, and all of a sudden, boom, I'm up to 411 now. So, you know, it does help. Thomas says, I will give away 2 of my personal railroad spikes. That'd be cool. And you'll autograph them too. Neat. Yeah, Edward wants to know how many subs you got now, Thomas, so you have to tell us. Ah, damn it. You got me. You got me, Ray. Well, I didn't know how it was actually spelled. So, Gerald Stewart, L-U-E, or Lou, is a guy. A loo is a hole in the ground, maybe with a seat and enclosure. Okay. Well, that's what I was thinking, the loo, the L-O-L, but I wasn't paying attention to the spelling. I just assumed that that's what he was talking about. Artie says, I've used OBS and StreamYard. It's a pain if you... That fucking heart's always in the way now. If you open up StreamYard before OBS. Yeah, it would seem you would have to open up OBS first, I would imagine, and then go into StreamYard. But you have to point OBS to StreamYard, correct? Because StreamYard automatically points to YouTube, so that's not an issue. But basically, it's like a middleman, you know. And that being the case, do you unpin the chat box from StreamYard and put it in OBS, or do you just minimize OBS and use StreamYard? Because really, I could do most of the stuff I need to do with my Stream Deck. So I don't really need to have OBS open. I know what's going on. And you would see it anyway in StreamYard. So those are some questions I have. I'm not on it. I'm probably going to sit down one day, I don't know when, and, you know, do a live stream during the day that I really, you know, hopefully nobody will pay attention to, and maybe experiment with some of this stuff. Because I was using StreamYard before I really started getting involved with the live streaming. And StreamYard is easy to use, but it's just so limited, you know. And I'm using the free version. I'm not paying for it. So, you know. But I appreciate that information, Artie. That's helpful. And what happened here? Why is this froze now? What the hell is going on with this damn thing? Now this should not freeze up, but it did. I'm like 1, 2, 3, 4, about 15 back. If I go to live chat, will that make a difference? Maybe. No, maybe that did. Okay, let's see. Yeah, okay. Alright, he says, Rick the Tree, you get Rick the Tree to come down to fix it for you. Yeah. Yeah, he knows how to do that too. So does Heath, you know. I could probably figure it out if I have some basic instruction. I usually rely on, you know, Google or YouTube videos. That's how I figured out a lot of this stuff so far anyway. And John says Baba Louie. I can't put it up on the screen. It sucks. Alan says Thomas shows 112 subs. So he's, what, 88 away from 200? Well, if anybody hasn't subbed to him yet, please do. And, well, like I said, Thomas, your best bet is to, I'm pretty sure all of us are sub to you probably. Do some shorts, you know, on anything, you know, preferably train related, but make it interesting, and it'll boost your sub rate up, I'm sure. It worked for me. Thomas Morris says, John K, the railroad spike you will give will not be in the giveaway. Okay. John Benicki, time for a contest. I'll be having another one. You know, I'm still, 89 away from 500. So when I hit 500, I'll do another contest. But like I said, they'll probably be all 3D printed cars. Probably a combination of gondolas, flats, and maybe in a tanker or two. Who knows? Not sure on the tanker, but definitely on the gondola and the flats. And the gondola will have a load. The flats, I'm not sure, maybe. You know, Gerald, he's a smart guy. You know, he actually gave me the idea. He says I should design a Nautilus sub, you know, from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, I guess, and use that as a load for a flat car. That would be pretty cool. And it's probably not that hard to do. I'd have to get a good picture of one, and I should be able to replicate it to some degree. So I may look at that in the near future. Who knows? Let's see. Edward says you don't look frozen to me. Well, not me personally, just a stupid chat. You know, I don't know what the hell's going on with this thing. Alice says I signed on late and had to reload it twice. I wonder why. and it froze up again. What the hell? I really do not know what's going on with this thing. It's very weird. Let me try a different chat. Chat 3, that's disabled, so that one won't work. Let's try this one. Nope, that one ain't gonna work either. Let me undo it. Let me try this. I'll undock from Chrome. I'll pop it out. There we go. It's kind of weird, but it'll work. Maybe. Where is it? There it is. Get it situated right. Alright, there we go. That's... Alright, here we go. Alan said, I signed on late, had to reload it twice. Okay, got that. Thomas Morris says, Jim, this is a clusterfuck. The chat on your end always stops. I know, I'll get it. I will figure out a way to fix this. I may have to do something different. Like I said, I would like to fix this because it's not bad. It works well for me. Thomas says, 1,000 sub, you will give away a DCC locomotive. Yeah, I don't count on it. Although you never know, you know. Probably a used one. Ron Montag says, I just subbed you, Thomas. 100, there you go. Oh, thank you, Ron. Appreciate that for Thomas. Ray says, Jim, I do know what a spanner wrench is. The biggest girl in the red light district. Oh, a winch. Okay, no. A wrench, man, not a winch. Although I suppose the winch would be the biggest girl in the red light district. Thomas says, Jim will help me with my contest. Yeah, I probably will if you need help. You know, I try and help out when I can. What happened here? Thomas says, my contest will be on Jim Tedesco's light. Well, we could do that. I mean, it's possible. You know, you let me know. We'll work it out. Scott from Waycross says, is HO scale 26-inch radius too sharp for longer HO scale freight cars and longer locomotives to run, and don't want with a 20? Yeah, 26 is good. I went with 30 on the outside rail because that was originally going to be the passenger rail. And since passenger cars are generally really long, I think they're 86 foot, thereabouts, they tend to work real well on 30-inch radius. Same with the longer steam locos. Like you can run a big... They claim you could run a big boy on a 24. You maybe can. I've not had good luck with smaller locos on 22-inch or... Cause I had 22-inch and... yeah, that's right. I had 18 and 22 on my layout down in Naples. That was a problem for the steam locos. And I couldn't run passenger cars. A 24-inch is fine. It will get you mostly through everything. 26 or 28 would be better if you could pull it off. I know 30 is tough because that's a whole lot of room you're going to need, a lot of real estate. But go with the biggest you can get away with, you know. I personally would probably want to go either 26 or 28. 26 is a good overall, though. You should be able to run just about everything on a 26. They claim you could run just about everything on 24. But personal experience, I would argue that. I could be wrong and it might have been something else, but it never hurts to have a bigger radius than what you actually need. And like I said, you know, down the road, if you think you're going to buy longer locos or longer train cars, factor in your radius now because you don't want to run into problems later on. Just my 2 cents, you know. Let's see. Ron Montag says, I have 33 Wow. You must have a lot of room. I wish I could have went that big, you know. Like I said, I got away with 30 on the outside rail. But the inside rail, I think, is 28. And the overhead rail, I think, is 32. It's either 28 or 30. I don't remember because I custom made that. And I pretty much patterned it on a 30 degree radius for the same reason. Because I'm going to be running 86-foot passenger cars. I mean, the local won't be. I'm probably going to put a P72 on there, or P42, whichever it is, which isn't that long, so it shouldn't be a problem. Alan says, Papa, I sub to you. Papa thanks him. Good, that's cool. Yeah, guys, you know, if you're not subbed to all these guys, please, you know, helps everybody out to sub to everybody, to each other, you know. And even now, I still do. I found there's a few of you guys I wasn't subbed to, and I go, oh shit, I better sub up there, you know. And I did, and we're good to go. Now, I'm pretty sure all y'all are subbed to me, I think, you know. So, yeah, there's a lot of things you really got to think about, though, when you're designing your layout. And I'm not the best guy to ask, because I've made my share of mistakes, you know. And I still do. I mean, I've gotten better at it. And of course, the biggest issue is room. You know, how much real estate do you have? I wanted more than what I have, but I had to settle for this because I was between a rock and a hard place for getting a train shed. You know, if I were in better health, I would have built my own. This is basically just a wood frame house. I mean, same concept. You know, you build your walls. You stand them up, you anchor them to the other walls, and then you put your, you know, I'd probably T111, just like was on here, put T111 on the outside, you know, drywall on the inside like I did, and of course a peaked roof of some sort. It's not that hard, but it's tough when you're disabled, you know, and I had nobody to help me. If I'd had somebody to help me, I probably would have done it. It would have cost about the same money. I paid $8,200 for a 12 by 32 shed. Now, it was all done except for the interior. It had a floor, but I still put, you know, the vinyl down, the linoleum, and I put all the interior walls in and the ceiling. You know, I put in insulation and all the wiring for the electric and all that, which was no big deal. But if I had gotten my way, I really did want 20 by 40 or 20 by 30. I don't even remember what it was now, but I think it was 20 by 30. I would have been way better off because my track plan was designed for that. So when I bought this, I had to literally throw away the track plan and start over again. And I still wish because I wanted to have loops on each end, so I wouldn't have a pass-through, you know. It would have been clear, and I wouldn't have had any issues that I'm having with this. There wouldn't have been any breaks in the track. But if I tried to do that in here, I'd have literally about a foot between the two loops to squeeze through, and I'm just not that skinny, man. It ain't happening, you know. So I had to make do with what I had, but, you know, that's just the way it is. Let's see. Edward said, longer equipment looks better on larger radius. It's 1876. The longest cars, I believe, are 60-foot passenger. Well, that's true. That if you're on that era, they had smaller cars, so that wasn't too bad. Alan says, I have mostly 18-inch radius. On my HO, the boss said no more out of the basement. Yeah, them bosses, they can be a real pain in the ass, aren't they? You know, I could have built my layout in my garage. I have a 2-car garage, but I like having my car in the garage. I just really do. I've only once before I was renting a place that had a 2-car garage, and my car was always in there, you know. And then, you know, when I got my dad's house, I inherited that. It didn't have a garage, and there was no way to put one in because we just literally filled the house up on the whole property. I couldn't even get a carport. They just wouldn't let me do it. So I said, you know what? Next house I buy is going to have a garage. And this one had the 2-car in it, which is just barely 2-car, by the way. But my car is going in here, you know. When I bought the house, they had a man cave in half the garage. And that was the first thing we did. Is, you know, me and my future son-in-law, if that's who he's going to be, we tore the wall down and opened up the garage again the way it's supposed to be, you know. I wanted to have my car in the garage. Otherwise, I could have just as easily put my layout in the garage. It would have been easy, you know. I think Jason did that in his garage. I think it was Jason. And it looks good. You got plenty of room. You know, it's not quite as big as this. Well, it might be the same physical size, but it's proportioned differently. But it would have been wide enough to do my original track plan, you know. I could have had the 2 loops on the ends and a center section for like a yard and whatever. It really would have actually probably been more beneficial to use the garage than it is for this. But I'm stubborn, so, you know, it's the way it goes. Scott from Waycross Range says, I try to run nothing less than 22. If you have the room, bigger is better, especially if you want to run steam loco. Some will do 22, but they don't look right. 24 minimum is, but I agree. And really, the biggest you can go is the best way to go. Artie says, I only have the rabbit. She's bossy enough for me. That's funny. That's true, though. I mean, you know, like I said, I could, if I'd have stuck with an 18-inch radius, or even a 22, I could have put more room to get my fat ass between the 2 loops, but then I would have ran into problems with the longer train cars and a longer loco. So I said, no, we're definitely going to have a minimum 28-inch radius and a maximum 30. And there was no compromising with that. That's had to be. So, you know. Let's see here. Tell you, this chat's kind of weird. It jumps a lot. Derek sub to Alan's train roll. That's cool. Thank you, Alan. So Daryl uses half of his 2-car garage. Yeah, that's kind of small, but still not bad, you know. That other guy does that too. The Evolve guy. What the hell is My Railroad, I think? Is his channel name. He uses half of his garage too. But he's running N scale, so N scale really comes in handy when you're doing that. HO is a little tougher. Artie says, my next train room shall be 120 foot long by 60 foot wide. Holy shit. Now that would be a room. And Ray says, if you piss off the CEO, how many tracks... Where'd it go? How many tracks can you fit in the doghouse? That's a good question. Probably not many. John Benicki says, Artie, you will have to win the lottery. There you go. Well, see, that was another issue, too. And in a way, I was kind of lucky because if I'd have got my 20 by 30, I would have had to spend twice as much money for bench work, and I still would have had to build interior walls and ceiling and everything else. And the amount of trains I would need and buildings, I mean, I would have spent a shitload more money. I mean, it would have been great because it would still be fun, but realistically, I didn't have that much money to spend on it, you know. Roughly, I had maybe about 13, 14,000, and that includes the price of the shed for 8,200. So it didn't leave me a lot left, you know. And I mean, I have to tell you guys, this shit ain't cheap, you know. When you spend almost $300 for a locomotive, you know, and I got like 8 of them, you know, and stuff gets expensive real quick. Already says it will be long enough for a road train, my car, and the layout. There you go. Thomas says, I'll tell y'all what you guys can pick a day for me to go live. Okay. Yeah, it might be a little trouble. I don't know what's going on with that. Literally, we're running out of free spots. I mean, I don't care. You guys want to do something on Thursday at 6 o'clock? That's on you. I mean, if I lose some viewers, then so be it. But I would hope that my show is interesting enough to keep my viewers. But that's part of the problem. And I hear guys complaining, well, such and such is stepping on my time slot. Well, nobody owns a time slot. I picked Thursday because it kind of was open, mostly. Now, if I actually did a 1 hour show, I wouldn't be stepping on anybody. But because my shows go 3, 4, 5 hours, I'm stepping on somebody's toes every now and I think the one Canadian guy, what the hell's his name? GVO. He doesn't do it every week, but he's on some Thursdays. He comes on at, I think, 7 or 8 o'clock. And that was one of the reasons why I went to 6 o'clock, because I didn't want to step on anybody, even though technically nobody owns the slots. But just, courtesy. But it's getting tougher and tougher because everybody wants a live stream now. And there's only so many hours and so many days in the week. Gerald says, pray for me. The Texas Mega Lotto is $1.25 billion for it. Shit, I ought to play that. I don't know if we can do that here or not, but that's a crazy amount of money, man. Alan said, John, man, I subbed you, hit me back. There you go. Alright, he says Friday night at Thomas More Nashville's team. Okay. How's that? Mom and son with tears of joy. You guys still out? Of course we are, Tammy. You know me, I just can't get off the damn air. We're having fun, that's all that matters. Wednesday is, yes it is. Wednesday is not a good night now. He says, I like this. We all have our likes and dislikes. And it's like watching TV. One can always change it. That's true. There's no real rules there. Like I said, you do what you do. Derek says, U.S. Mega Millions is over $1 billion. Big guy, I know. I'm just leery about throwing money away. That's why I'm not a gambler, because I don't like losing money, And I generally don't win I win sometimes, but obviously I've never hit the big one. Would I like to? Absolutely. John says, wonder if my boss would let me live stream at work. I guess that all depends on your boss, John. CNL says the Mega Millions is the most. I'm pretty sure it's here too. I'm not 100%. I'd have to look into it. Edward said, I started on Thursday. I moved to Friday before Anthony Dodge. Now I'm on at 6:45 to 7:45 p.m. before Sidetrack Sunday. There you go. Like I said, it really is getting tough. Trade Man 1 just subbed to Thomas. Cool, thank you. Thomas Moore says, Freight Car Friday. That would work. Like I said, well, that was, that's how I figured mine. If you're all right, I'm going to be on Thursdays. What could I call it? And I'm thinking, I got a short line in my backyard. Here, Shortline Thursday. Why not, right? It just kind of fell into place. Ray says, Jim Tedesco, we start the time pool for how long you will be on each week. Just for fun. I'm sure you do. You're not including me in that pool? Damn it. Thomas says 6 p.m. Standard Time. There you go. Alan says, Mom and son, I subbed to you. Put me back, please. There you go. Like I said, if I'm not subbed to somebody, let me know. I'll sub to you without a doubt. Whether you're subbed to me or not, I'll still sub to you. Hopefully you'll reciprocate, but if you don't, no biggie. All right, he says 1.2 U.S. billion is over 2 billion Australia. I can buy a whole industrial yard or a railroad. Yeah, you probably, well, that's the other thing. You don't actually get that much money. If you get the time, if you take the payments, you may get it, assuming you live that long. And I think that's what they count on, but I don't trust the government, you know. If they decide to go belly up next year, there goes your fucking money. So I'd take the lump sum. Well, lump sum, I think you get roughly, it's either a half or a third. You really take a beating. And then you still got to pay taxes on that. And I think on that $1 billion one, the payout, the lump sum payout, I think they said was $360 million, if I'm correct. And they still had to pay taxes on that, so you figure probably $60 million in taxes. I mean, you're still walking away with $300 million, at least. And it ain't nothing to sneeze at. I mean, I wouldn't walk away from it. But, you know, the government takes a sizable chunk for nothing. And they really screw you on the lump sum. And I think they do that because they figure if you don't take the payment plan, they're going to actually lose money. And they kind of probably do. But they're betting on the fact that if you take the payment plan, you'll drop dead before you collect all of it, and it's not transferable. So you can't transfer it to your kids or your wife or your favorite dog or anything, you know. My understanding of it anyway. Trayman says, Thomas, free car Friday, 5 o'clock West Coast. There you go. Which should be what, like 2 o'clock here? I would love to have to pay U.S. tax. Why is it cheaper here than it is in Australia? I have no idea. Just asking. And Tammy said, John, I think it's going to hurt it. Yeah, maybe. Oh, what happened here? Scott says, Jim, should I put my Model Railroad Club videos, updates, Waycross trains, or my SCL 1970, or another channel that's just based on my train club only? That's a good question. I really can't answer that. That's whatever you think will work for you. It depends. Like if you want to monetize, I don't know if you have two separate channels, and say you got 500 on one channel, or if you got enough to monetize on one, whether you would automatically monetize on the other, or it would cut your subs in. I don't know how that works. You'd have to check with YouTube to find out. I mean, in some ways, it would be nice to have two separate channels. You know, one that covers one and one that covers something else. But make sure it doesn't hurt you if you want to monetize. That's the only question I would ask. You know, how will this affect my monetization if that's what you want to do? If you don't care about monetization, then it doesn't matter. Create as many channels as you want. But if you're looking to monetize at some point, it may make a difference whether you can have two separate channels or you have to have one. I don't know how it works, to be honest. You'd have to contact YouTube and find out. But I think, personally, I think it would be more beneficial for a sub count, but I don't know if it would help you for monetization. Artie says less taxes here. Then why the hell would you want to pay taxes here then? We tax everything in this country, you know. If they could tax you taking a leak, they'd do it, believe me. Thomas says, I'll do a test tomorrow. That's cool. And Tammy and Ray says, okay, guys, night-night. Mom is tired. We appreciate you all. Hey, we appreciate you too, Tammy. And say hi to Ray for us. And I imagine he's still grinning from ear to ear, isn't he? It's good to see somebody enjoy a hobby like he does. It really is. Anyway, good night, Tammy, and have a good weekend, and we'll see you next time. Johnson, I used to see yellow trailers on CSX. Yeah, aren't they going, is it yellow? Or is another a common carrier is getting ready to go belly up. I don't know if it was yellow or one of the other ones, but it was just on the news a couple of days ago. I guess the Teamsters Union is freaking out over it because tens of thousands of workers will lose their jobs if this trucking company goes belly up. Probably the damn union's fault anyway, right? I thought it was yellow, but I could be wrong. It's one of the oldest and biggest trucking companies in the country, which sounds like it would be yellow. John K., those are TTX stack car trailer cars. There you go. Well, good night, Jim and everyone. All right, Edward, thanks for hanging out, and we'll see you later, man. Thanks for hanging out with us, and have a good weekend. Bye for now. John says, I have a nephew who works for them. Oh, really? Okay. I don't know. I've got mixed feelings on a lot of things, you know. And I don't want to get too political here or anything, but I am not pro-union. I never have been. I think at the time when they were formed, they needed them. But I think we've outgrown them. They're good in some ways, but not. When I was a painting contractor back in Naples about 30 or 40 years ago, I had my own company. And they were trying to get the unions in Florida for painting contractors. And most of us said, no, we don't want anything to do with it. And the reason being is because most of us were well established. We had our clientele base. We were making crazy money to begin with. I was averaging $100 an hour to paint people's houses, you know. And this is 30, 40 years ago. It was good damn money back then, you know. I was easily clearing $100,000 a year with no problem. And I had a huge customer base, mostly rich. The rich people, they liked my work for some reason. I mean, I did a good job. So when the unions came in, they said, well, look, we want to get a painters union going down there. It'll be beneficial. I said, well, how? I'm already making $100 an hour. I don't think you're going to guarantee me any more than that, you know. And if you decide to go on strike, I have to go on strike too? Who feeds me while I'm on strike? Are you going to pay my wages? Well, no, we don't do that. Well, exactly. So take your union, shove it up your ass, and head back north where you came from. And I wasn't the only one that told them that, you know. So fortunately, it didn't take long to drive the whole union idea right out of Florida, really, because nobody wanted to deal with it, you know. Gerald says, I have seen unions drive companies. Well, of course they do. Because realistically, who really profits in this? The union leaders. The workers, yeah, they get some breaks, but look at the auto workers union, the UAW. You know, you want to know why you're paying $40,000 for a fucking car now? Because those assholes are getting $60 an hour, or more probably now, to sit on their ass and watch the machine do the work. And when the machine breaks, do they fix it? No. They pick up the phone, hey, could you send somebody over here to such and such area and fix the machine that broke? They literally sit on their asses and get paid for it. You know? They get every holiday known to man paid for. They probably get a month off of vacation every year. I mean, they get a lot of bennies. Good for them, but remember, we're paying the price for that. You know, we can't get a car for 13 grand anymore. Now it's 30 or 40 or whatever. This is why. The unions have not helped the businesses in the long haul. Like I said, when they were brought in, when did they start the unions? In the 20s or 30s? They were necessary because literally the bosses were just taking advantage of the employees. I think they could have probably done a better job rather than unionize, but the unions did have the power of numbers, you know. And basically, I mean, remember the truckers' strike, I think it was back in, it was either late 20s or early 30s, I don't remember the exact year, but, you know, the trucking companies brought in scab workers. That was a mistake. The unions were so pissed off about it that they were paying the truckers that were on strike. Some of them were killing the scab workers, blowing up trucks, beating the hell out of scab workers. Some were killed, you know. This did not solve anything, you know. And because the bottom line is they wanted more money. Everybody wants more money, but At what point do you say, okay, you're worth X amount of dollars and that's it? You know? This is my problem with the union. And who really benefits? The union leader benefits. They're raking in the money. They don't really care about you because you're paying dues. And the dues ain't cheap. You know? If there were no dues, or they were like $5 or something like that per head, I'd say, yeah, go for it, you know. Because then the true power would really be on the workers and not on the union leaders. But today, the unions are destroying really well-established companies because they're just becoming, look at the Screenwriters Guild and the Screen Actors Guild in Hollywood. They're demanding more money. They want guarantees that the producers won't use AI or CGI to replicate them or just make actors, you know. And unfortunately, and I did a video on this, my last wise guy video, I basically said, look, I don't feel sorry for the movie stars, okay? First off, they're all hacks anyway, really, you know. You're getting $30 million to do a 2-hour movie? Really? You really think you're worth that kind of money? I don't, you know. And when I go to, well, I don't go to movie theaters, but if I did, I don't know what they call it, $15 a head now for a movie? They were $12 the last time I looked, and that was years ago. Might even be more than that now. That's why, because somebody's got to pay these assholes salary. Fire them all, fuck them. Bring in AI and CGI, make our own damn actors. They'll work for nothing, and they don't get tired, and they don't get attitudes. You know. But once again, the actors are relying on their union to demand more money. You know, remember when we were younger, a TV show, they usually did, I think it was 36 or 40 episodes a year. There's 52 weeks in a year, so they got a 3-month break. And then at the end of 3 months, it was back to work. They made less money, but you got, you know, 36 episodes of your favorite show. Now it's 10. So you watch your favorite show, you watch 10 weeks, 10 episodes, and you gotta wait a year to see it again. Well, shit, you done forgot what happened last season, so you gotta go rewatch that. That's bullshit. And these guys are making probably 50 times what they made when they had to actually work for the money. So I got some issues with that, you know. That's my second rant of the evening. Let's see, John Benicki says, union actually gave the company big concessions to keep it going. The government also gave the company $700 million 3 years ago. Of course it didn't. You know. And once again, too, the unions are really, unfortunately, holy shit. Let me stop for that. Derek says, Big Jim, movies by me are, holy, are you kidding me? $20? I guess it's been a long, I think it's probably been like 25 years since I've been in a theater. Gerald says, I've been in a theater since Star Wars 4. I think that's about the same for me, too. I think the first 3. I saw 1, 2, and 3. What was the last Star Wars movie before Disney bought them out? It was Empire Strikes Back, I think. There was Star Wars. I can't remember the name of the second one. It was Empire Strikes. I think it was only 3. I could be wrong though. But I saw the last one when they still had the original cast. That's the last time I was in a theater. I know it was 30. It had to be 30 years ago. Alice says, went and seen Top Gun 2 the previous time I went to the movie. Excuse me. Previous time I went to the movie theater was back in 2000 and 2010. I think Top Gun 2 was the last theater. I saw Top Gun 2 at home. It was a good movie too, by the way. He did a good job on that. 15 apiece here in Missouri. John says, I've not been to a movie in forever. Charles Torch said 6. 6 what? $6? That's cheap, actually. John says, before that I saw Solo. I saw Solo on TV. That was pretty good, too. John, man, bless you. Thank you. Thank you, John. Both Johns. What the hell? Wait a minute. Here, jumping up past again. That fag on Big Bang got 8.9 million. How do they get that money? You know, I got to. You have to watch my Wise Guy videos. Really do. They're on Rumble. You can look for me. It's Jim 13A. I think. They're pretending. And I said this in my video. I says, you know, could anybody be an actor? Probably. Can I be an actor? Probably not. I'm not exactly, you know, a great looking guy. I don't think I'm ugly or anything, but I'm not a movie star. And I have no teeth, so how many toothless actors do you see, right? But I mean, as far as the ability to act, I don't see what difference it makes, you know. And some of these guys are really not that good, you know. And I always said, what makes the movie is the writer. You can have the best actor in a shitty movie, and the movie's still going to be shit, you know. But you could put a bad actor in a really good written movie, and the movie's not so bad, you know. Of course, the best thing is to put a good actor in a well-written movie, then you got a hit. But it's still the writer and the director, of course. And them guys make a pittance of what the actors make, even though they're doing the real work, you know. Now, could I write a movie? Absolutely not. I just don't have that talent. You know, I would have a better shot at acting in the movie than I would have actually writing one, you know. But it's just crazy. I mean, and this once again, this is the unions, you know. Thomas Moore said the theater in Princeton, Kentucky shut down. Well, a lot of theaters are done. Like we had a couple of drive-in theaters here. Remember those? The last one in Naples was the Twin, and it got to the point where they were showing regular X-rated, not triple X-rated, but X-rated movies at midnight on the weekends. And eventually, people stopped even watching those, and they just tore it down. I think there's condos there now, you know. And I used to go there when I was younger all the time, and the theaters back then it was like it was either $3 or $3.25 a head. It was cheap, you know, and you know, and it was fun. The concessions weren't crazy expensive. You could buy a tall Coke or Pepsi for $1, you know, a big box of popcorn for $1.50. Now it's like $10 for the little can of soda. And $15 for a big box of popcorn. They're out of fucking minds, you know. Plus, you know, in the drive-ins, at least you can bring your own food, too. Nobody said anything. Try and do that in a movie theater. You'll get thrown out. As a matter of fact, I heard some of them actually search. Not a real deep search, but they'll search you. Like if you can't bring a backpack in, and women's purses are, they tell you not to bring a purse because you might hide food in it. Stupid. Star Wars 6, where'd it go? Was the last of the prequels before Disney. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I only saw the first 3 in the theater. I remember the first Star Wars. My ex-wife and I, when we were still together, they were showing it in one theater in Naples, and that was out in East Naples, and we stood in line for 2 hours, you know. And by the time we got up there, they had sold out. And we were told to just go home because it was the last show. We came back the next night, got there real early, stood in line again, I think for like an hour and a half, we got in that time. That had to be the biggest box office movie there ever was. And it was well worth it, you know. It wasn't that expensive. I think we paid $6 or something like that per head to get in there. That was back when they made real movies. Now the shit they turn out is like... And Cheryl says, I can write porn. Well, I could probably write porn, too. Pretty simple, you know. You know, the problem with porn is, it's the same, all the different faces, different bodies, whatever. But it's the same events, you know. A guy and a girl get together, they get naked. She goes down on him, then he goes down on her. Then they do it missionary style, then he does her doggy style. Then eventually he he sits her on top of him, facing him. Then she turns around. It's like you can. They've got no imagination. It's all the same, right? That's the problem with porn. So I don't bother watching it anymore. I mean, it just got boring a long, long time ago. I used to watch some of the tape while they were regular X-rated, where they don't show penetration, but everything up to that point. But they had stories, and they were actually pretty good. I was renting movies from you remember the video rental places like I can't think of the name of the place now, but but there was a private one, and I joined up. And once the guy that got to know you, he'd give you backroom access. And in the back room was all the porn stuff. He had there must have been 1,000 tapes back there, Things you never even heard of before. So I'd go through it. Well, that looks interesting. And me and the wife, we'd rent a few movies for the night, And it was, like I said, it wasn't real explicit porn. But it had a story, It wasn't like what I just described. It was actually a plot and some actual dialogue in it, other than ooh, ah, more, And those are different days. Yeah, Blockbuster. But this wasn't Blockbuster. This was some private company. Blockbuster didn't have a back room. At least not any of the ones in Naples, anyway. There were two private companies that did have a back room, but they kind of had to get to know you to make sure you weren't like from the police department or something. I mean, it wasn't technically illegal, but I guess they were nervous nevertheless. Ray said the last movie I saw was the Top Gun that came out a year ago, I guess. Ticket, drinks, and snacks. How many people went? Or is that was just for you? That'd be for you and the wife, right? Not planning on going to a theater. I don't blame you. That's just crazy. Gerald says using a feather is erotic. Using a whole chicken is kick. I never saw it. I read about it. Guys using chickens, live chickens. Well, briefly. Well, the chicken was alive anyway. But I'd never seen it, and I really didn't want to. Although I did see a woman take on a small donkey once. That was a little weird, See how I don't know. Ray Rose, oh, that was just for you? Really? What the hell, man? That's crazy. I stopped going because, well, it was expensive for one, and I smoked at the time, and most of the theaters had eliminated smoking. There was a time when you could smoke in the theater. You had to go on the edge, which never made sense because they had the flammable curtains on each side, and that's where they wanted you to smoke. It would have made more sense to smoke in the middle of the room, but I guess that would interrupt the projector. But I used to go and I'd smoke, because I smoked at the time. And then when they stopped letting you smoke in the theater, I said, well, I can't sit for 2 hours without a cigarette, It to me just seemed like worthless. So I just started renting movies, and now, like I said, I have a website that I pay a membership to that I get pretty much anything that's ever made, If they don't have it, I can request it. They'll get it for me. It's a good deal, See, now line says IMAX is now $40 a ticket. Wow, that's crazy. I've never been in an IMAX theater. We didn't have any in Naples at the time. I think the nearest one was Fort Myers, and I never really got around to going into one. They're supposed to be nice, but $40, man. I come with a blowjob. It ought to, Yeah, I remember Gerald theater seats had ashtrays, at least on the ends, end caps, and they don't anymore, It's when I started smoking, the only place you couldn't light a cigarette was inside the courtroom. In the courthouse itself, out in the aisles and the hallways and stuff, you could smoke all day long Because like I had to go to court one time, well, many times actually, and I'd be sitting outside the doors puffing away. There'd be an ashtray right there. I'd hear my name called, put the cigarette out, go in the courtroom, and get found not guilty because I didn't do anything bad anyway. But that was the only place you couldn't smoke. I smoked in the hospital when my ex was giving birth to our kids. Not while she was giving birth, but after she delivered, she'd be in a room, she'd light one up, and I did get in trouble with the doctor once because my ex was smoking her. So I said, oh shit, I might as well light one up too, I'm here. So I lit one up, and the nurse said, yes sir, you can't smoke a cigarette. Well, she can, right? Oh yeah. Well, so can I, asshole. I'm her husband, It ain't gonna make no difference. So she got all bullshit, got called Dr. Cody. Well, sir, you can't smoke. I said, says who? Well, that's the rules. I said, we need to change the rules because you know what? I said, look, I'm paying the bill here. If you want to get paid, you'll turn around and mind your own damn business. And they did, believe it or not, because they wanted to get paid. But they tried to keep me from smoking, even though my ex-wife is in there smoking, Like, what are you people, stupid? I remember going to a doctor for a physical when I was 16 years old. I'm sitting on the table, he's doing his thing, right? And he says, you mind if I light one up? Yeah, go ahead. I said, can I too? He said, yeah, go ahead. We're both smoking cigarettes while he's examining me. Those were the days, What the hell happened there, man? Yeah, crazy. Let's see. Guys used to smoke while visiting someone in the hospital. Unless they were oxygen. So if somebody was in an oxygen tent, that was a big no-no. Good possibility something might explode. Alan says, got family that live in Fort Myers and a very rich cousin that lives in Naples. He has his own jet. Oh, damn. I lived in Naples since 1969 up until, well, roughly 3 years ago. I like Naples, sorta, but it got so crowded and so... The median price for a house now is $875,000. And that's for a little shitbox house. They got mansions there. A friend of mine, he's a realtor. He's got listings for $12 million, one for $29 million. These are not like, massive houses. They're just, maybe 5,000 square foot going for $30 million. I don't think so, But that's what's happened there. That's why we got ice. We got to get out now, or they're going to push us out anyway. And the house I lived in was in Naples Park, near the water. We weren't on the water. I think we were just under a mile from the beach. At 2,000 square foot, 2,020 square foot house. 4 bedroom, 2 bath. Didn't have a garage, unfortunately, but nice place. And I sold it for $298,000. I wanted to get out of there in a hurry. If I'd have invested some money into it and sat on a little longer, the guy that bought it for me for $298 sold it for $6. The guy who bought it from him sold it for $8, and the guy who now owns it paid $1.1 million for it. It's just crazy. I mean, I wouldn't mind having that money, but them guys invested a couple $100,000 into it too. They updated everything. Where the house was built in '69. I actually rebuilt the house twice. Interior wise, updated it, but it was still not quite up to par. So they knocked walls down inside and get that open what do they call it, open floor plan. I thought it was stupid, but that's what made the money, Just it is what it is. Ray says, I remember those days. Yeah, sure you do. They were good days. Let's see. This thing keeps jumping on here. Okay, Artie says, wow, that was an effort, mainframe done. There you go, cool. Scott from Waycross says, my subscriber count went up again. That's great. Yeah, it is. Cool. Derek said, Waycross, he subscribed too. Good. Artie says, 3 people subbed to me from here now, and it shows it gone up by 1. What the hell? Well, sometimes it takes a day or two for YouTube to catch up. I've had that happen too. Guy subs to me, more than one. It's like, well, did he really, or did he bullshit me? But then the next day it actually showed it. I don't know. Yeah, it's crazy. Ray says, I remember smoking on a plane in Mel Brooks movies. Well, I did a very limited flying experience, you know. I did not like airplanes, but I remember as a kid when we flew down for vacation in 1967, I was 8 years old, I think. 7 or 8, I don't remember which. And people were smoking on the plane. I remember some guy with a stogie just puffing away, you know, he's pissing off some of the passengers, but that was the thing. You did it, you know. And nobody said nothing. Boy, I miss those days. I really do. And we would smoke everywhere. You went in the grocery store, there were ashtrays everywhere. You're puffing away while you're shopping, you know. You go in a, well, they didn't have Walmart, then they had Kmart. You go in a Kmart, you can smoke in there, you know. If you're waiting to get fitted for new glasses, you smoke while you're waiting, you know. It was great, you know. And then somebody got a bone up their ass, so, you know. I had one woman come up to me while I was standing in line. It was, I don't know if you guys, I don't know if they did everywhere, but in Naples, years and years ago, they had, was one day a month, they would give away cheese, milk, eggs, and butter. Exactly, I remember. It was just, it was extra, I mean, you couldn't be rich. Although a lot of the rich people were standing in line. There was a woman behind me once. She had probably had $20,000 worth of diamonds on her fingers, going for the free food. You know, it's a lady. You really need this free stuff. Why don't you let the people who can't afford it get it, like people like me that don't have a lot of money, you know? Well, I said, I'm probably sure you never did, but you need to start, you know. And she did. She got mad and walked away, but fuck her, you know. But a lot of people did that, and that's why they ultimately stopped doing it, because too many of the wealthy were going there getting the free shit. And then the poor people, there was nothing left for them. But I remember one time I was standing in line, I was behind this woman. She wasn't coughing or anything, you know, like, because I was respectful. If I saw that my smoking was causing you some sort of physical distress, I'd put the cigarette out. You know, remember, we're outdoors now. We're not in a room anywhere. So she turned around, sir, could you put that damn cigarette out? It bothers me. So I said, well, ma'am, I said, you allergic or something? I said, is it causing you distress? I just don't like it. Well, I don't like you, so I'm going to continue smoking. And I did, you know. Fuck you. I pissed her off, but oh well, you know. She was throwing her weight around. But then I've been behind people. I remember I was behind one guy, and he started coughing real bad. And I said, sir, my cigarette bother you? He said, well, I didn't want to say. I said, no, man, if it's bothering you, I'll put it out. Trust me, I don't want to cause you any distress that you don't need. You know, if you have a real issue with it, I've got enough courtesy. I'll deal with it. And I did. I put the cigarette out, and everybody was good. You know, I wasn't a total asshole unless you were one to me. And that was part of the reason why this whole non-smoking thing kept going, because too many of these damn Karens, I guess, well, they didn't call them that then, but they were. Too many of these Karens were bitching about it, you know. People are stupid. Derek says, already 3 people said they subscribed to me, but it's the same. Something's up, right? Well, how long ago did they do it? If they did it today, give it a day or two. If it doesn't show up then, yeah, then something is up. Either they're lying to you, or YouTube screwed you out of it somehow. Alan says, yep, my cousin would visit Sam's Club every day. Yeah, I know a lot of people that did that, you know. And Publix, because, well, Sam's, of course, you needed a membership card, but Publix is just a regular grocery store, but they always had free samples every day, 4 or 5 times a day. My dad used to do it. He didn't need the food. He wasn't poor. He'd go there and get the free food from Publix. And Dad, doesn't that bother you a little bit? Oh, no, they're giving it away. I said, yeah, but they're kind of expecting you to buy something after you taste it, you know. I mean, people would offer me free food. Yeah, I'm okay. You know, I don't need any. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure, because I have no intention of actually buying what you're trying to give away here. Boy, this thing jumped way ahead here. Ron Montag says, hey, Derek, I thought I was subbed to you, but I just redubbed you. Okay. Scott says should be up to 250 sooner by September. Well, that's good. Like I said, if anybody's not subbed to Waycross Train Spotter, please do. I would appreciate that. So would he. All right, so that the reformed smokers and those who've given up that. Well, and that's true, most. You know, it's funny because I started smoking when I was 15 years old. Okay? I average 2-pack a day, sometimes more, sometimes less, but average 2-pack a day. I finally quit, I think when I was 55, and when I had my second heart attack, you know. And I didn't quit because I was worried about dying from it. I quit because I really couldn't afford the damn things anymore. I actually, because I was a big Marlboro smoker, and I like Camel filtered cigarettes too. I smoked the non-filtered, but the filtered ones weren't too bad. But I was trying to get away from all the chemicals, so I started buying Indian cigarettes. The only thing they had in the Indian cigarettes was that stupid fire retardant, which is probably worse for you than anything else, but it didn't have any other chemicals in it, and they were cheaper. I think I was paying, at the time, I want to say $1.90 a pack, and you had to go to a cigarette shop to get them. I'd buy them by the carton. And I was going through, a carton a week on average. But after the disability hit and all, it was getting tougher and tougher, and cigarettes kept jumping up in price. By that point, a pack of Marlboros was almost $6, and I'm going, that ain't happening, Hell, it'd be cheaper to be a drug addict, So, my doctor's always on my ass. You need to quit. Screw you. You know what? Everybody know they quit, drop dead shortly thereafter. I'm not quitting. As the Bundy law of physics, if you guys ever watch Married with Children, well, Al Bundy would say, if anything you did your entire life, if you suddenly stop, you will die because your body had adapted to it. And it doesn't matter what it was cigarettes, food, candy, whatever it was, don't abruptly stop doing it because you will die. There was a certain amount of truth to that. Like I said, I knew people that literally dropped dead a few months after quitting smoking. I'm going, I ain't going to be that guy, right? And I didn't feel bad. I wasn't coughing. I didn't have the morning hack. I didn't have any of that shit, right? But I couldn't afford it. So, one day I went to see my cardiologist. He said, so you still smoking? I said, well, I'm getting ready to quit. He said, well, that's good. What made you change your mind? I said, the money. He said, that's it. I said, absolutely. I said, if cigarettes went down to 50 cents a pack tomorrow, I'm starting back up. Well, I can't believe you said. Well, it's true. And I would too, believe me. I felt better when I was smoking than I do now. I've been tobacco free for 10 years? Well, no, when did I quit? I think I quit at 53 actually. Not 55. It's been roughly 10 or 11 years since I quit. Do I miss it? Not really. The first couple years I did. I still got cravings. But I quit because it was too expensive. And they wanted to give me all these fancy bullshit drugs to help me quit, including that one that gives you nightmares and shit. I said, what are you, stupid? I says, you're not going to be able to quit? Sure I will. And the day I decided to quit, I had half a pack of cigarettes. I sat that pack of cigarettes in front of my computer with a lighter and an ashtray and never touched it. And I did that for about 6 months. The same pack of cigarettes sat there. Because up here I was done. I couldn't afford it, So when I told the guy, he said, well, you actually quit? Yeah, I did. And I said, well, I've never seen anybody do that before. I said, well, you don't know me that well. It wasn't that hard because, like I said, it came down to, do I want to pay my bills, and put gas in my car? Do I want to smoke? Those were the choices. Or really, do I want to smoke and do I want to eat? We couldn't do both. It was going to be one or the other. Problem is, you don't live long without food. So, but I don't have a problem with it, My son, before he passed, he smoked. He said, Dad, do you want me to not smoke in that? No, go ahead and light up. I don't bother me any. And it didn't. And to this day, it doesn't bother me. If you want to light up and we're in a room together, don't bother me any. Go ahead and do it, I'm not one of those assholes that are pissed off at the world because I had to do something I didn't really want to do. you know. And that's what it all comes down to, you know. Or that or they're weak-minded. I had one guy say, well, you know, I can't be around people that smoke because I'll start up again. Are you that weak-minded? You know. It doesn't make, to me, that doesn't bother me. You know, I see somebody smoke, I don't sit there going, I wish I had a damn cigarette. You know. I'm not like that. No. The only bad part, my wife did have to quit because I wasn't buying her cigarettes anymore. And I said, because she really didn't have any money. And I said, you know, I quit because I can't afford it. If I can't afford to smoke, I can't afford to pay for your cigarettes. So unless you buy your own, you may have to join me. And she did wind up quitting, you know. And for a long time, it sticks with you for a while. And I said the cravings were there. 2 years after I quit, every now and then I'd get a craving. Wow, I wish I had a damn cigarette, you know. I didn't pick up on it because of the money. But I'm not convinced that cigarettes are necessarily bad for you. They could be. But anything will kill you if you take enough of it. If you drink enough water, you'll drown. So does that mean water's bad for you? Only in excess. Maybe cigarettes are the same way. Thomas says, don't forget Freight Car Friday, 6 p.m. Standard Time. You going to do that tomorrow, Thomas? We'll definitely tune in if you do. Alright, so I need to get some more wood. I'm short by one leg. It's probably wherever your nuts are. I had to say it. Sorry, Artie. Alan says, yep, my cousin would visit Sam's Club every day for free. Well, and people do that, you know. Is it right? Not technically, but, you know. Thomas says, a lot of girls are Karens. Yes, there are a lot of Karens out there. And I seem to run into them more often than not. But see, I don't give a shit, you know. I've come to the conclusion you can't please hardly anybody any of the time. So why bother trying, you know? I mean, I'm respectful of people who are respectful to me. If you give me an attitude, I'm going to give you one twice as bad, you know. If you're decent with me, I'll be decent with you. But, you know, I don't like it when people come up to me and demand I do something without even a good reason, you know. Because it bothers you, and that's not a good reason. Do you have a medical reason for it? Or even a psychological reason for it, possibly? I might work with you, you know. And then you should be nice to me. Sir, can you please not do that? Because it disturbs me, you know, or triggers me or something, which nowadays is a joke anyway, but, you know. But I'm respectful that I will work with people to some degree. But if you come storming up to my car and say, sir, you got to wear your seatbelt because it's the law. I take the seatbelt to wrap around your fucking neck and hang you with it. How does that sound? You know, and that's what I do because I don't give a shit. You know, first off, it's none of your fucking business what I do in my car. And you'll live longer if you mind your own business. I would never do that because that's a good way to get shot or at the very least get your ass kicked. You know, it's not your problem. You know, if you don't want to wear your seatbelt, it ain't gonna hurt me none. You know, I won't be the one flying through your windshield in case you hit a tree or something, if that actually happened. I mean, I don't wear seatbelts because I don't like them. I don't trust them. I've seen more people get hurt with them than if they didn't have one at all, you know. And then there's some cases where, yes, it might have saved their life, but you don't know, you know. If your car starts out this big and it turns into this, the seatbelt's not going to do you a lot of good because you're going to wind up at least losing your legs when that fucking dashboard comes into your kneecaps. You know. Same reason why I won't wear a helmet on a motorcycle. You're doing 60 miles an hour down the road and you hit something, I don't give a damn what you're wearing, you're probably going to die. And if you don't die, you'll probably wish you did. And I never wore a helmet when I rode bikes. Even though at the time they were mandatory. I used to get tickets all the time for riding without a helmet. The cops said, well, why don't we wear a helmet? I don't like them. They obstruct my vision. And they won't save my life because I've already lost 2 friends that had helmets on. It didn't do them any good. You know. Like, well, yeah, it's still the law. Well, fuck the law. I didn't vote for it. You know. But that's just the way I do things. I can't help that. Artie says, I'll take a picture later, Derek, and remind me to show you on Saturday. There you go. Welcome back. Hey, Les, I didn't know you were gone. Waycross says it's great. And Thursday night for my channel. That's cool. Artie says, mainframe is up. We'll need to rethink about the room. Okay. Derek says, Artie, that would work, but hurt. Okay. Don't know what the reference is there, but Thomas Moore says, John K., I love to have a Western Maryland Railroad spike. There you go. All right, guys. Well, look, it's almost 10:30, and I'll keep yapping for the whole damn night. And you'll all be bored to death with me eventually. So, I'm going to put up the, where the hell did it go? The live stream list, and we'll go over that, and then I'm going to call it a night. So, as always, let's see, tomorrow, maybe, I don't know what Vinny's doing. I know he started a new channel. I don't know if he abandoned the old one or not, but I'll find out. If he's not on again tomorrow, I'm just going to assume he's not doing it anymore. But, already he was asking how to get wood with no nuts. Yeah, that's a good question. I have no idea. Anyway, I don't know if Vinny will be on or not. If he is, it'll be tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Good night, Ron. Thanks for coming on, man. Artie says, oh, bugger, I'm on next week for Capture Wednesday. Alright, so, I don't know if he's on or not. If he's not on tomorrow, I may reach out to him, find out what he's doing. I know he started a new channel with shipbuilding. I don't know if he gave up on the train show or not. We'll find out. Anyway, Saturday at 9 a.m. in the morning is back on track. Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern. These are all Eastern time, by the way. 8 p.m. Eastern is Awesome America Artie. Sunday at 8 p.m. is Sidetrack Sunday. Monday at 7 p.m. is Off the Tracks Monday. And then Monday at 8 p.m. is Tom's Trains and Things. You also simulcast on Rumble the same time. I need to put up his other Rumble channel on here too. I didn't do it yet, but I'll post it for next time. And Tuesday at 7 o'clock we have On Track Tuesday. I'm not sure who's on. Let's see, Wilmer was just on, so it'll probably be it's Redbird Tony or Flying Crow. I'm not sure. I think it's Redbird Tony. I could be wrong though. Anyway, check them out. And of course, Tuesday at 8 o'clock we have Humanity Junction with Heath. You'll get lucky, maybe you'll see some blue smoke. And Wednesday we have Cab Crew Wednesday with apparently Artie will be hosting. That's on at 8 o'clock on Wednesday. But also on 8 o'clock at Wednesday is Tom's Train of Thought on Rumble. Now this week he did both Rumble and YouTube simulcast. I don't know if he's going to continue doing that or not, but once again I will post his Rumble channel for the next time when we do this next week. And you'll have to make a decision on whether who you want to watch live and who you want to do the replay, because both Cab Crew Wednesday and Tom's Train of Thought are both on Wednesday at the same time. Thursday at 9 a.m. you've got Morning Brew with, of course, Dave Thurber. And then me, of course, at 6 o'clock in the evening. So that's the live stream list. And like I said, I will update it. I forgot to this last time. I'll get to it. And of course, if Thomas Moore does decide to do Fridays, I'll incorporate his on there too. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see. Let's see, would I miss anything here? John Benicki, all right, good night, John, and we'll see you next time. Thomas Moore reminds us, Freight Car Friday, tomorrow night, and that's, what time is that, Thomas? Is that going to be 8 o'clock, or what time? It's important to tell us the time so we'll know. All right, he says, I'm hoping to have a large portion of the extension done by then, too. Cool. Les said sub to yours, too, Ron. Cool. Gerald Stewart, good night, John. All right. Cool. All right, good night, Alan. Appreciate you hanging out. 6 p.m. Standard Time. Thanks, Thomas. So 6 p.m. tomorrow. Look for Thomas Moore on his show there. It's, what the hell is it called again? Freight Car Friday. That should be easy enough to remember. All right. Yeah, I'll be sure and watch it, I'm sure. Hardy says he'll watch it if he's up by then. I know you guys are kind of backwards from us time-wise. When it's day here, it's night there, and vice versa. All right, guys, well, listen. Once again, I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me. Congratulations to the winners. We will get the prizes out. And Thomas, you got the gondola. Andy got the freight car. I'll get with Andy to see what he wants to put on it. So that might take him longer to mail out, but everything else will get mailed out a lot quicker. Probably by the end of next week. We'll get that all out. And he says, yeah, rigged, I lost again. Oh, thanks, Alan. I appreciate that. And, yeah, Ray, thank you. So, guys, anyway, have a good time, and thanks for hanging out. And have a good and safe weekend, and we'll see you next time. So, bye for now, and here's the outro screen.